Oh, ring. That's a good idea. Yeah, good call. Thanks, man. All right. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. I'll be back probably. We'll probably start around 5:15. There we go. All right. Stand by for loss of signal as expected. Actually, you know what? You know what, dudes? It's 10 till, so... You know what? I'm going to put 5:30, but it'll probably be closer than that. I will be back in a little bit. Stand by for EJ loss of signal as expected. Listen to this video. It's an awesome video about orbital mechanics.
When ancient man looked to the heavens for guidance from the gods, he noticed star patterns and began to document their movement across the heavens. The ancients believed that the earth was flat, but around 350 BC, Aristotle proved that the earth was round. Later, about 150 AD, Ptolemy presented the geocentric theory, the belief that the earth is stationary at the center of the universe, with the sun, moon, stars, and planets revolving around it in complex orbits. In the 1500s, Nicholas Copernicus of Poland presented the heliocentric theory, the belief that the Earth revolves around the sun as it rotates on its axis. This aspect of astronomy evolved into an intricate study of planetary motion known as orbital mechanics. Today, orbital mechanics is applied to spaceflight and satellites that orbit the Earth or travel beyond our solar system. In the early 1600s, Johann Kepler, a German mathematician, using the data on planetary observations collected by the Danish scientist Tycho Brahe, developed 3 laws of planetary motion. Kepler's first law states,
all planets move in elliptical orbits with the Sun at one focus and the other focus empty.
Applied to Earth satellites, the center of the Earth becomes one focus, with the other focus empty. For circular orbits, the 2 foci coincide. Kepler's second law, the law of areas, states,
the line joining the planet to the Sun sweeps over equal areas in equal time intervals.
When a satellite orbits, the line joining it to the Earth sweeps over equal areas in equal periods of time. If areas 1, 2, and 3 are equal, times 1, 2, and 3 are also equal. Therefore, the speed of the satellite changes depending on its distance from the center of the Earth. Speed is greatest at the point in the orbit closest to the Earth, called perigee, and is slowest at the point farthest from the Earth, called apogee. It is important to note that the orbit followed by a satellite is not dependent on its mass. A large, heavy satellite could be in the same orbit with a small, light one, each sweeping out equal areas in equal periods of time. Kepler's third law, the law of periods, relates the time required for a planet to make one complete trip around the Sun to its mean distance from the Sun.
For any planet, the square of its period of revolution is directly proportional to the cube of its mean distance from the Sun.
Applied to Earth satellites, Kepler's third law explains that the farther a satellite is from the Earth, the longer it will take to complete an orbit, the greater the distance it will travel to complete an orbit, and the slower its average speed will be. Isaac Newton, the father of classical mechanics, laid the groundwork for orbital mechanics. He combined the work of Kepler and others to formulate the law of universal gravitation and the three Newtonian laws of motion. While Kepler's laws provided a conceptual model of orbital motion, Newton's laws provided the foundation for the mathematical description of orbits. They explain why a satellite stays in orbit. Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Any two objects in the universe, such as the Earth and the Moon, attract each other with a force directly proportional to the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them.
Stated more simply, the more massive the objects are, or the closer they are, the greater the gravitational pull between them. Newton's first law of motion.
A body in motion will keep moving at the same speed and in the same direction unless acted upon by an external force.
A satellite moves in a curved path around the Earth because the Earth's gravitational pull acts as an external force on it. Newton's second law of motion.
If the sum of the forces acting on an object is not zero, the object will have an acceleration proportional to the magnitude and in the direction of the net force.
Newton's second law states that force equals mass times acceleration. It is this mathematical equation and the equation for universal gravitation that forms the basis for calculating orbits. Newton's third law of motion explains how a satellite gets into orbit.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
If you blow up a balloon and let it go, the balloon is pushed forward by the action of the air rushing out of it. A rocket's exhaust gases are like the air rushing out of the balloon. The following illustrates how a satellite stays in orbit. If a man stands on a mountain and fires a projectile horizontally, gravity will cause the path of the projectile to curve downward and it will strike the Earth. However, if the man fires the projectile fast enough at a specific speed, the curvature of its path due to gravity will match the curvature of the Earth under it. The projectile will then fall around the Earth, becoming an Earth-orbiting satellite. A projectile fired even faster will have a flight path away from the Earth, but gravity will act to slow the projectile down, change its flight path, and pull it back toward Earth. If the projectile's velocity increased enough, a velocity sufficient to escape the Earth's gravitational pull will be reached. This velocity is known as the escape velocity. It is equal to about 7 miles per second at the Earth's surface. The preceding description did not consider atmospheric drag and the Earth's rotation, both of which will affect the trajectory of the projectile. It illustrated the principles governing a satellite's orbit. There are 6 numbers called the orbital elements. which specify the size, shape, and orientation of an orbit in space, as well as the location of the spacecraft in the orbit. Based on an orbit which is an ellipse, the 6 orbital elements are length of the semi-major axis, eccentricity, inclination, right ascension of the ascending node, argument of perigee, time of perigee passage. The major axis of an elliptical orbit is the line joining the perigee and apogee. This line is also referred to as the line of apsides. The first orbital element is the semi-major axis. It is simply 1/2 the major axis. Circular orbits have no apogee or perigee. Therefore, the semi-major axis is simply 1/2 the diameter of the orbit. The semi-major axis is used to define the size of the orbit. From this, the orbital period, or time that it takes for the satellite to complete one orbit, can be calculated. The shape of an orbit is defined by the second orbital element called eccentricity. For all ellipses, the value of eccentricity lies between 0 and 1. The larger the value, the more elliptical the orbit. A spacecraft in Earth orbit with an eccentricity equal to or greater than 1 will escape the Earth's gravitational field. When orienting an orbit in space, a 3-dimensional coordinate system must be defined. The coordinate system commonly used is the geocentric equatorial coordinate system, which has its origin at the Earth's center. This coordinate system is a non-rotating reference system in which a satellite's orbital plane tends to remain fixed relative to the stars while the Earth turns beneath it. The XY plane is the Earth's equatorial plane. The positive x-axis points to the vernal equinox. This is the point where the sun appears to cross the Earth's equator on its way north on the first day of spring each year. The z-axis is along the Earth's spin axis toward the North Pole. Nodes are points in a satellite's orbit which intersect the Earth's equatorial plane. The ascending node is the point at which the spacecraft crosses the equator going from south to north. The descending node is where the spacecraft crosses the equator going from north to south. The line joining the two nodes is called the line of nodes. The orientation of an orbit is determined by 3 orbital element angles. The right ascension of the ascending node is the angle between the x-axis and the ascending node. It is always measured eastward from the direction away from the vernal equinox in the Earth's equatorial plane. The argument of perigee is the angle between the ascending node and the point of perigee. It is measured in the orbital plane in the direction of spacecraft motion. Inclination is the angle between the equatorial plane and the orbital plane. A satellite which has an eastward velocity component at the ascending node has an orbital inclination lying between 0 and 90 degrees. Such an orbit is called a prograde orbit. A satellite which moves due north at the ascending node is in a polar orbit. Polar orbits have an orbital inclination of exactly 90 degrees. A satellite with a westward velocity component at the ascending node is in a retrograde orbit and has an orbital inclination between 90 and 180 degrees. The 5 orbital elements explained thus far describe the size, shape, and orientation of the orbit in space. The final element is a time value used to locate the satellite in its orbit. A satellite moves in a very predictable manner. It stays on schedule. Thus, if the time at which a satellite passes a particular point is known, the time when it will pass any other point can be determined. The particular point chosen is perigee, and the time of perigee passage is the last of the 6 orbital elements. The 6 orbital elements depict a spacecraft's orbit in non-rotating coordinates. To visualize an orbit relative to the rotating Earth, a projection traces the spacecraft's position on the Earth's surface. The projected path is called the ground track. As a satellite orbits the Earth, the ground track shifts westward. There are 2 causes for this. First, the primary contributor is the Earth's rotation toward the east under the orbital plane. Second, because the Earth is not a uniform sphere and bulges at the equator, its gravity is greatest at the equator. This causes the orbital plane to rotate slowly around the Earth's polar axis in a motion called precession. Precession is toward the west for prograde orbits and toward the east for retrograde orbits. For low Earth orbits such as those of the Space Shuttle at 150 miles altitude, the westward shift of the ground track due to the Earth's rotation is about 22.5 degrees, while the shift due to precession is only about a half degree. The inclination of a satellite orbit determines the north and south latitude limits of its ground track. The minimum orbital inclination is equal to the latitude of the launch site and is achieved by launching due east. For example, if a satellite is launched due east out of the Kennedy Space Center, which is located at 28.5 degrees north latitude, its orbital inclination will be 28.5 degrees, and the limits of its ground track will vary between 28.5 degrees north latitude and 28.5 degrees south latitude. If launch azimuth or direction of flight at launch measured eastward from due north is increased from due east, the orbital inclination angle increases as well as the maximum latitude of the north-south ground track. Therefore, the latitude limits of the ground track equal the new launch inclination. Similarly, if launch azimuth is decreased from due east, orbital inclination once again increases as well as the latitude limits of the ground track. The maximum practical inclination from a Kennedy Space Center launch is 57 degrees. This limit is imposed for safety considerations in order to keep the spacecraft and its booster system from flying over land masses during the ascent phase. To obtain an orbit with an inclination greater than 57 degrees, the spacecraft is launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. Vandenberg offers the opportunity for southerly launches with orbit inclinations between approximately 70 degrees prograde through 138 degrees retrograde. A significant advantage of launching from Vandenberg is the capability to economically achieve polar orbits with ground tracks covering all latitudes, from the North Pole to the South Pole. The Earth is constantly turning, and all points on its surface have an eastward velocity, with the greatest velocity occurring at the equator. The farther the launch site is from the equator, or as launch azimuth is increased or decreased from due east, less of the Earth's rotational velocity will be imparted to the launch vehicle. This requires more fuel to get into orbit, or payload weight will have to be decreased. Launches due east from a position on or near the equator, such as the Kourou launch site in French Guiana, used by the European Space Agency, acquire the advantage of a free velocity gain of about 1,500 feet per second. This compares to the approximate 1,300 feet per second gain available at the further north latitude of the Kennedy Space Center. Launching from an equatorial site offers a significant advantage in payload weight capability and minimizes the amount of fuel needed to achieve an equatorial orbit. Since many satellites operate in equatorial orbits, these are important considerations. Spacecraft are launched within a specified time interval called the launch window. Some of the factors affecting the launch window are launch and orbit lighting conditions, sun angles, payload orbit requirements, rendezvous phasing if a rendezvous is planned, tracking and communication requirements, and collision avoidance with other orbiting objects, to name a few. One of the factors defining the launch window for the Space Shuttle is launch lighting conditions, which can be illustrated by plotting time versus day of year. On this plot, we see daylight and darkness at the launch site. The longer daylight hours occur in the middle of the year, summertime. If daylight conditions are required for a convenient emergency landing site for the Space Shuttle, the launch window would now look like this. During the winter months, the available launch window for lighting conditions alone can be as little as 3 hours per day. When combined with the many other launch factors, the launch window becomes even more constrained. The choice of a particular launch vehicle for a mission depends upon the weight and size of the payload and the desired orbit. Expendable rockets used to place spacecraft in orbit usually consist of several stages that may incorporate both solid and liquid propellants for propulsion. When the fuel in each stage is depleted, the spent stage is jettisoned. Staging offers the advantage of discarding weight when it is no longer needed. The Space Shuttle is a two-stage system. At liftoff, the 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 Space Shuttle main engines are all producing thrust. After approximately 2 minutes of flight, at an altitude of 25 miles, the fuel in the solid rocket boosters is depleted and they are jettisoned. The 3 main engines, fueled by liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen carried in the external tank, continue to burn for several minutes until the shuttle reaches its cutoff velocity. At this time, the main engines are shut down and the external tank is jettisoned. 2 additional burns using the orbiter's maneuvering system referred to as ohms are required to place the orbiter in its final orbit. The ohms 1 burn occurs about 2 minutes after main engine shutdown and establishes the orbital apogee point. The ohms 2 burn takes place approximately 30 minutes later and circularizes the orbit. Once satellites are launched and put into orbit, it is often necessary to change the orbit with an on-orbit burn. The common term used in describing on-orbit burns or engine firings is delta V. Delta V is the incremental change in spacecraft velocity measured in feet per second resulting from the burn. The amount of fuel used during a burn depends on the desired delta V change and the mass of the spacecraft. Because the amount of fuel carried is limited, fuel consumption is one of the primary considerations in spacecraft mission planning and is critical to orbit lifetime. On orbit, a spacecraft can thrust in any direction. Burns along the flight path, forward and backward, are the most common. A unique feature of any orbital burn is that if no other burns occur, the spacecraft will later always pass again through the point of burn. Forward burns increase the spacecraft's velocity and are known as posigrade burns. With posigrade burns, the flight path of the vehicle will be raised at all points except the burn point. Burns opposite the direction of flight, which slow the spacecraft down, are called retrograde burns. For retrograde burns, the orbit will be lowered at all points except the burn point. The greater the delta V, the greater the difference between the pre-burn and post-burn orbits. Burns can be combined into maneuver sequences to change orbit size, shape, or orientation. One of the most common maneuver sequences is made up of two burns and is used to accomplish an orbit transfer between two circular orbits in the same orbital plane. The most energy-efficient transfer between two orbits of this type is the Hohmann transfer. The Hohmann transfer is actually 1/2 of an elliptical orbit with its perigee in one of the orbits and its apogee in the other. The burns occur at the perigee and apogee of the transfer orbit. The use of the Hohmann transfer minimizes the delta V required, thus having the advantage of using minimum fuel. The disadvantage of the Hohmann transfer is that it takes longer than most other transfers. The type of the transfer sequence depends on the mission and the amount of fuel available. For example, a space rescue where time is critical might use a fast transfer, while a routine satellite deployment where fuel saved for later use is important would most likely use a Hohmann transfer. The burns discussed so far have all been maneuvers in the original orbital plane and do not affect orbit inclination or node position. There are situations which require an orbital plane change, such as setting up a rendezvous or placing a satellite in an equatorial orbit. To change the inclination, the thrust vector must be directed at an angle to the orbital plane. A thrust with a component that is perpendicular to the orbital plane at either the ascending or descending node will rotate the orbital plane about the line of nodes. A northerly out-of-plane thrust at the ascending node will increase the inclination of a prograde orbit, while a southerly thrust will decrease it. Out-of-plane thrusts require considerable amounts of fuel and are performed only when absolutely required. The Space Shuttle, for example, using all of its onboard propellant, is capable of an on-orbit plane change of less than 3 degrees. Satellite orbital planes and altitudes are determined by their design mission, which very often includes a field of view requirement for optical or communications purposes. The field of view of a satellite is defined as the area of the Earth's surface that is in view from the satellite at any given time. Satellites in high orbits have greater fields of view than those in lower orbits. For example, a satellite at an altitude of 800 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 4,100 nautical miles. A satellite at 200 nautical miles has a circular field of view with a diameter of about 2,000 nautical miles. Low-orbit satellites are often used for photography and other types of Earth observation. A satellite placed in a low-inclination circular orbit at an altitude of about 19,300 nautical miles will have an angular velocity exactly equal to that of the Earth's. The satellite would seem to remain stationary in longitude as viewed from the ground. Such orbits are called geosynchronous and are used to provide a continuous communications capability among any system of ground stations within their field of view. The geosynchronous orbit field of view is constant and is limited to a latitude zone of about 70 degrees north and south of the equator. Effective satellite communications from geosynchronous orbit is not possible at either pole. However, because of their altitude, their field of view covers nearly half the globe. A special type of geosynchronous orbit with an inclination of 0 degrees is called a geostationary orbit. It appears to hover over a fixed point on the Earth's surface at the equator. Most U.S. communication satellites are in geosynchronous orbits, providing near worldwide communications coverage. For effective communications at high latitudes, the Molniya orbit is used. Molniya is the Russian word for lightning and is an orbit used extensively by the Soviet Union for its communication satellites. The Molniya orbit is highly eccentric with an apogee that is near the geosynchronous altitude and an inclination of about 63 degrees. The satellite slows down at apogee in the northern hemisphere and whips through perigee in the southern hemisphere. This provides communications in the northern hemisphere for up to 75% of its orbital period. Several satellites properly spaced in Molniya orbits can provide constant communications at the northern latitudes. Navigation satellites, such as the U.S. Navy's Transit System and the Joint Service Navstar GPS Global Positioning System, use lower orbits so that a user can receive signals from more than one satellite at any time. Another frequently used orbit is known as a sun-synchronous orbit. These take advantage of the precession of the orbital plane caused by the Earth not being a perfect sphere. All sun-synchronous orbits are highly inclined retrograde orbits which precess eastward around the Earth's polar axis at the rate of 1 revolution per year. Since the Earth-Sun line also revolves eastward at the rate of 1 revolution per year, the orbital plane will maintain a constant orientation relative to the Earth-Sun line. If the satellite's period is then synchronized with the rotation of the Earth, it will pass over the same point on the Earth's surface at the same local time at a regular interval. A sun-synchronous satellite ensures that a constant sun angle and uniform lighting exist for the same field of view from pass to pass. Satellites such as those in the Defense Meteorological Satellite Program and Landsat are sun-synchronous, imaging the entire Earth on a regular schedule. The gravitational attraction of the Earth on a spacecraft causes it to move in its orbit around the Earth. There are other, much smaller forces which will cause a spacecraft to deviate from its desired orbit. These forces cause what are known as orbital perturbations. Orbital precession, which is used to obtain sun-synchronous orbits, results from the perturbing effects of the Earth's non-spherical shape. Other perturbing forces are the gravitational pull of the Sun, the Moon, and planets, and solar winds, which are charged streams of protons and electrons that heat the Earth's atmosphere and increase atmospheric drag. In most cases, perturbing forces can be compensated for in the spacecraft and orbit design and present no major problems. If the forces disturb the orbit too much, thrusters can be fired to re-establish its desired orbital orientation or altitude. This is particularly true for spacecraft orbiting at very low altitudes, where the effects of atmospheric drag are greater and, if not compensated for, will eventually cause the spacecraft to deorbit. A spacecraft's operational lifetime is frequently limited only by the amount of fuel available to maintain its desired orbit. When its useful life is complete, a satellite is left in orbit or is deorbited, burning up when re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. When the space shuttle completes its orbital mission, it executes a precise retrograde burn to initiate its controlled return to Earth. This burn occurs nearly halfway around the Earth from the landing site. The new orbit established by the retrograde burn causes the orbiter to enter the Earth's atmosphere about 4,000 miles from the landing site. During the period the orbiter descends from its orbital altitude to atmospheric re-entry, its attitude is maintained by the use of reaction control jets located in the nose and tail of the orbiter. Once the orbiter enters the Earth's atmosphere, its wing and tail aerosurfaces begin to become effective, and gradually replace the jets for attitude control. As the orbiter nears the landing field, it maneuvers to a long, straight-in approach at an angle of 17 to 19 degrees. Nearing the runway, it executes a flare maneuver to reduce its sink rate and glides to a touchdown at approximately 230 miles per hour. As the orbiter rolls to a stop, our journey into the world of orbital mechanics comes to an end for now. This is only the basics of orbital mechanics, an intricate study of planetary and satellite motion. The next time you see a launch, you will see it from a different, somewhat knowledgeable perspective. You will understand the fundamentals of spaceflight.
All right. Everybody like that video? Yeah, that was good. This will be on the quiz. Were you taking notes? Be on the quiz. I know all this stuff. Do you know all this stuff? No? You weren't taking notes? Chat is now somewhat knowledgeable. Congratulations. You're less dumb. Yep. All right. You weren't paying attention. You think someone would do that? Just, you know, not pay attention during a video? Major Stationeers update if you missed it, including SPOSHA approved safety barriers. Oh. Really? You like turtles? Okay. Okay. You know, that's good. Turtles are... All right. Shall we... Space news. Let me collect up a couple of links here, and we'll start up YouTube, and then we'll go. All right, so I'm going to bring up the title screen, play some music, and we jump in. Have you seen the sheriff's deputy from Pinal County, Frank Sloop? He is your doppelganger, or you are his. All right. All right, I see it. I see it. All right, I see it. Yeah. Yeah. Is that guy cool? I don't know anything about him. That's strange, dude. Yeah, I see it. He's mega cool. Well, there we go. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I see it. I see it. That's weird. That's very strange that dude yeah, okay. That's weird. No, I don't think we're the same guy. I don't think so. But he's mega cool. Oh yeah? All right. What does he do? I mean, other than, you know, I got the Boeing space tweet. Is he like a content creator person or something? I don't know. Anyway, we'll start up YouTube and we'll go from there. He runs a social media account for the deputies doing traffic stops. Oh, cool. He's a traffic officer in Arizona. Cool. Neat. Well, that's pretty cool. Ask Brimo for her opinion. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. All right, let me fire up YouTube. You know what time it is, YouTube, if you're hearing the sultry noises of Starbase Texas being pumped into your stream. It is time for the Space and Rocket Review. The Space and Rocket Review. YouTube chats. Tell your friends. Space and Rocket Review. He's out of Pima County. Oh, cool. ESAR news. Yeah, I got that. Okay. All right, we got that. All right, what's going on, YouTube? How you doing? Let me see. I'm looking around to see if there's a... There's a lot of stuff to wade through. Maven news. We may have lost Maven. That's not ideal. All right, we'll put that in there. We got Terranar's video. ESAR seems to not be ESARing very, very much. All right, there we go. We got Relativity's video. Let's see. We got spacesuits. Ooh, update from Axiom. And then we had the MS-27 landing as well. Let's see. Was Maven using a Boeing SAT bus? I don't know. I'm trying to get some good footage of the MS-27 landing. Give me 1 second. Let's just try MS-27 and see where it goes. See what it do. My money is on this last solar event. Booster 19 hardware. All right. Cool. Get Starbase tracking on there. I'm just, once again, trying to get some... Here we go. There's the footage. All right. So we have a relativity update. They have their 2025 program update. Obviously, we can't listen to it because of YouTube. So let's yeah, let's just go. It'll claim the VOD. Terran update, November 2025. Whoa. Huh. How you doing? I'm good, Galax. How are you? Oh, also, I reminded one thing. Before we jump into that, if you haven't seen the auto stream from today that we did during early hours, we went a little crazy with the grinding wheel. Probably check that out. I'm not one for plugging it, but it was pretty fun. We cut a lot of stuff off of that car. to replace it with better stuff. So, you know, anyway. Completed block 2 vehicle CODR. Okay. Less and less cars, so progress. Well, less and less rust. Yeah. All right. So Relativity looks like they got a stack prototype. If I saw that. Finished welding first stage 10. Yeah, there you go. Ooh. Closed captions. Yep, yep. Stage 1 tank is measuring 163 feet long. About 50 meters. Oh, it says it right there. Nice. Look at that, dude. That's their first stage tankage. Barrel sections and 3 domes joined by 10 circumferential welds. See, it's very interesting to me. They're stir welding, but they're using non-milled internal stringers. That's a way to do that. Tank will now head to integration with the first and second stage tanks complete. Focus shifted towards the barrel segments. Oh. Now they progress to paint and mechanical assembly. Progress on the thrust structure continues. The search continues. With the heat shield system installation underway. In propulsion, the team manufactured, assembled, and shipped 2 more engines. 1 second stage Aeon 5 development engine and 1 first stage Aeon R flight engine. The team is also building out factory infrastructure to support high-rate manufacturing. Look at this breakover device. Holy balls, that's got some beef to it, dude. Samaritan's Purse was retired, Joe. I heard about that. That sucks, but hey, whatever. It is what it is. Recent wins include bringing online more new CNC machines. Jeez. False floor, dudes.
Go and throttle
See the
up.
false floor? All the wiring and stuff and all the power and data connections are tapped in from the false floor. It looks like there's rows of them. There's one over here, one over here, one over here, and one over there. They got a lot of space to fill up that old C-17 production plant. For the people that don't know, guys, Relativity's building rockets in the old McDonnell Douglas C-17 assembly facility. If you notice that this is a really wide space without any supports, it's because it's designed to have a C-17 roll down the proverbial assembly line here. Freaking satisfactory. Yep, there you go. What type of machines are they using? DMC? DeLorean Motor Company? Yeah, you can see this. Because it's an assembly line for airplanes, they need to be able to roll the plane around, so there's false floors everywhere. See these grays right there? All the wiring for everything is in that. That's actually really cool. That is a thrust structure assembly jig over there. There's the second thrust structure assembly. That's going to be on the next rocket. Proof testing of the overwrap pressure vessel installed too. There you go. There's the COPVs. Those are DMGs. Lurch, is DMG its own brand of CNC machine, or is it just like, is that like Haas or something, or like Mazak or whatever, or is DMG its own thing? I don't know too much about it. It's its own thing. All right, cool. There's hardware in the loop wiring testing. Following hardware integration of the thrust. Oh. Wait a minute, you can do that? Bro, when the hell did they start doing this? When is it? What? Dude, you can grab the closed captions. That's been a thing for a long time? Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me. Dude. That's so handy. Following hardware integration of the thrust structure, hardware in the loop test infrastructure, the HITL lab has been working with integration at run for record tests and avionics work on stage 2. HITL has begun. This month, the team lifted the stage 2 structural test article into the stand at Long Beach and successfully completed acceptance testing. The future is now, old man! Including pressure proofing and ground flight load. There you go, man. I guess Goalie put you on his ignore list. What'd you do? Buckling margins. Yeah, they're basic. That's a big hydraulic. Well, not a hydraulic press. They're using a. Well, yeah, it is hydraulics. They have hydraulics on huge toe straps to pull this thing down and try and break it. The tank will now be handed off to manufacturing for integration. We also completed transonic and supersonic wind tunnel testing. Hey. For Terranar's first stage entry configuration. Running over 100 tests on the full stage with moving grid fins. Look at the boundaries. This is Schlieren imaging, guys. Look at that. See the boundaries? Or the shocks? That's really cool, actually. On the propulsion side of the house, we've completed the first Aeon 5. Well, it's not 5, it's V. Aeon V vacuum, because vacuum is second stage engine development test campaign. Good. Collecting key data on startup conditions, suction margin, and the stub skirt. Acceptance testing, the first stage Aeon R continues. That's first stage motor. With the second flight engine completing testing and another flight engine arriving on site being prepared for testing. At the component level, the team ran stage pressurized valve hot gas testing aimed at targeting the stressing thermal transients this valve will need to operate on the stage. Yep, frickin' valves. Also, those TIG welds are beautiful. Holy crap, dude. Look at those welds. Oh my gracious. Oh my gracious. That is freaking beautiful. That's nice. That's very nice. Very nice TIG welds. Why is it so chubby at the end? What do you mean? The Aeon vacuum engine? Because it doesn't have its nozzle attached. This is a gas generator manifold, Ramelat. The gas generator exhaust goes into this recirculation manifold for cooling. This does not have the nozzle attached to it. Most upper stage engines you cannot test it down here with the nozzle attached. They'll explode. Yeah, they'll blow up. Flow separation inside of the nozzle. If you cause drag inside of the nozzle, it'll explode. Very much like Ramelat, do you remember when we watched Northrop Grumman test the SRB? And the nozzle on the SRB just completely obliterated itself? That, but with liquid fuel engines. You could see there's an attachment point down here. See the flange for the attachment? Why don't your welds look like that? I don't TIG weld. Those are TIG welds. Boom. Hey, Petrie, what's going on? Petrie, go back and watch the auto stream today. Look. Uh-oh. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. This piece of the car, there's more of the car missing. There's more of the car missing. Ah! Gotta replace the wheelhouse and the quarter. It was all mud, dude. It's all Bondo. It's no good, dude. We had to take that all apart. Can I ask a question? Yeah, sure, man. Oh, look at those. Did you ever check the other side to make sure that panel is not also mostly Bondo? Spoiled. I want to believe but it's probably we're gonna replace it. I'm gonna do that side as well. We're gonna replace that as well, dude. You're not going to seam it there, are you? Seam it? No. Probably somewhere on the blue tape, dude. Plus side, there's less rust. Yeah, we removed a lot of rust and Bondo off the car. That is not where the splice will be. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's where I'm going to do it. It's about 2 to 3 inches off the accent. Off the corner. Mm-hmm. When you're working on that car, it reminded me of Sleeper Dude when he was hammering on his vehicles. Yeah. I used a big old thick piece of tape. The final seam will probably be about halfway through that tape line, dude. That is where we will seam it when we put the new one on. Plus side, there's less car. It's just weight reduction. We just took the rust off. We got to rebuild like all up in there. The door jamb is toast. You want the longest seam to be a foot. Can be done there, but you usually want to seam it where the factory seam is, like on the pillar. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'll hang a new quarter on it. What I'm going to do is I'm just physically going to put the quarter over that thing, right? And then what we're going to do, like a 2-door, we'll just put a 2-door quarter panel over it. Hear me out. I'll hang it on there. So like if this is the piece where the blue tape is right here, I'm going to hang the whole quarter on that thing. And then I'm going to cut on that line. I'll cut through both of them with the cutoff wheel, right? And that'll create a uniform seam. It will probably end up cutting a little bit off of the tape, right? And then we can use the 2-door and you can seam stitch it right back in. But having them on top of each other, right? And then making your cut that way will make sure your seam is perfect. Trust me, dude, I have a strategy there. That's actually the easy part. Is there a truck backing up on Starbase Live? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey, Stevie, what's going on? The door jam is not toast, it's beer. That's right. Yep. Please listen. You want the longest seam to be a foot. Just lay it on top, glue it, and rivet it. Yeah, I'm not doing that way. The rivets will be removed. Friction stir welding it would be cool. I don't want to do that way, Petrie. I'm not gonna seam weld it either. I'm just gonna just one weld at a time to make sure that not to put too much heat into it, dude. I'm not gonna glue it on. It'll take a lot to get it straight. I'm well aware. Anyway, let's get back to this. I'm well aware, dude. Believe me, I know what kind of thing I got into here. This valve will need to operate on the stage. Infrastructure build-out continues at Stennis with foundation work for a new hangar in progress. All right. Which will expand office manufacturing and storage space. Cool. Nearby work on ground support equipment hardware to support the A2 stage test stand continues with helium recovery storage tanks being installed. at Cape Canaveral. Here we go. That HIF is making progress, dude. Renovation at LC-16 continues across all corners of the site. The water tower is now set atop the downcomer and foundation legs. Final weldments continuing. At the horizontal integration facility, siding now covers over half of the building. Nice. Yeah, we gotta get the beer can out of there. Exterior ladders, walkways, and stairs are in place, and the future overhead cranes have come off the production floor. Cool. Cement work is progressing above grade on the launch mounts retaining walls. Those are those are forms there. And structures and foundations of lighting. The lightning protection system are complete at the Locks farm. We received and installed 370,000 gallon tanks. LC-16's power electrical distribution system officially transitioned from Terran 1 to Terran R architecture alongside continued technical execution. Cool. What's the difference between their launch mount and SpaceX's launch mount? I don't know. Well, SpaceX's launch mount is left over. Falcon 9 at Slick 40. Slick 40's flame trench is a Titan 3 train flame trench, to be honest with you. Did you take a picture of the Core's extra gold? No, I didn't. But, yeah, we found a beer can in the rocker panel that was being used as a backing thing for fiberglass. Core's, what is it? Extra... Core's extra gold. And it's definitely a pull tab. Dude, that's definitely pull tab can for sure. I'm looking at the signage right now. Look. It's definitely that. That's the color of the can, and that's the signage. Dude, it's a pull tab can. Holy balls. When is the last time that... Oh, geez. When did pull tab cans go out of style? Oh, boy. '80s. Oh, boy. Pull tab beer can. I love it. I love it. That's awesome. But it's not like a full can, guys. They cut the skin off of the can and used it as a backing plate. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, Relativity's looking real good, man. But yeah, that is the logo right there for the can. It's not, that's not the logo. It's that. It has the stripes on it. That is a tiny... It's a tiny can. Anyway. Extra gold, baby! Contains 2 golf balls. Yeah, that I just got even more confused by that. Anyway. I just want to see this here. Hey, B-Dean, what's up? So that's the Terran 1 HIF over there. That's the Terran R HIF. That should show you how much bigger this rocket actually is. Jeepers creepers. But yeah, the launch mount on this is completely different. Relativity is a completely different rocket. Your car was drunk. Yeah. Yeah. My car missed the memo about not drinking and driving, but it's from an era where drinking and driving wasn't illegal. Or nah, maybe it was by then. The Coors Crew Cab Charger. What did I join into? I found a beer can in the rocker panels of the Coronet. It's a Coors Extra Gold. Somebody cut up a beer can and used it as a backing to do fiberglass work on the car. Yes, fiberglass work. Fiberglass. And Bondo. Yep. Terran 1 hip fits inside of the door of the Terran R hip. Wow. Maybe you have a second one on the driver's side. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So we were wondering, like, who would put... Dude, the bottom of that car was caked in Bondo. Like, 1/8 of an inch of Bondo on, like, a 2 to 3 square foot area. Like, a square meter of the back of that car was freaking Bondo. That's why I cut the whole damn thing out. Right? Not trying to rain on your pig. Keep up the good work. Yeah, Peter, I got you. I got you. All good, man. Everything's good. I got an idea for how to do the seam. Don't worry. Like, I know how to do that, so we'll get it done right. To be fair, fiberglass wetted with Bondo is probably really strong. Yeah. Yeah. The trunk was like 98% Bondo. Yeah. So, yeah. Fiberglass. We figured out that somebody definitely did the patchwork to the car. So we know now because it's a pull tab can, right? It's a pull tab can, so it was definitely in the 80s, which means that car had rusted out by the 80s because Dodge things, all right? And B, yeah, somebody did it in their backyard. It wasn't a shop. They also scuffed and sprayed the car too. 2% car, 98% rust. But we improved that percentage to 3% car by cutting out 98% of the, or 97% of the rust. Is it a Northern car? So Rob, the build sheet sequence number begins with a B. As far as I can tell, this car was made for the Canadian market and then imported into the United States at some point. At some point. I know the difference between a patch and a quarter. I know. I'm going to have to buy the full quarter because the patch, well, I mean, we might be able to get away with the patch panels, but I'm probably going to end up buying the full quarter, which kind of sucks, but they're all expensive, dude, because you're going to get boned on freight shipping. If you're going to get screwed. Freight shipping is going to get you no matter what. Patch panel, regular panel, it doesn't matter. The cost pushes. It doesn't matter what you buy. You should Google if Coors Extra Gold is popular in Canada. Yeah, right. It obviously tells you the car needs to be painted up like a Coors-sponsored NASCAR Cup car. Oh, God. Not going to go junkyard diving for... Dude, it's almost 2026. What is that car? 56 years old at this point? 57 years old? You're not finding 57-year-old parts in the junkyard. Since it's a B-body, it wasn't rust. It's just dried maple syrup. Ah, yeah. You don't have any... You don't got any friends that work warehouse jobs? Cheaper freight shipping to a loading dock. Huh. I might. Is it a car where just a nice shell costs a lot? Xanath, yes. Coors Gold, baby.
Your beer.
That one there. On the left. That.
This is the color of a leading beer 10 years ago, and this is the very same brand today.
Wow. Uh-oh.
These beer drinkers are finding their beer is lighter than it used to be.
Why change it? It's not broke. Don't fix it.
Now look at Coors Extra Gold. Slow brewed for that real beer flavor and real beer color. The way beer was meant to be.
The way beer was meant to be. God, that, you know, is it bad if that just made me like this car, made me like the car even more? It's real beer. Beer has gotten watery and gross, and you know, because it's the 80s, you know, if you don't drink the lagerest of the lagery beers, you might not like sleeping with women because it's the 80s and that's how they did things. That was the huge implication in that commercial, you know. You got to drink real beer, you know, not the fake beers. So Coors sponsor when? Yo, Coors, call me, dude. Call me. Around here you find Yingling in cars. That's cool too. The beer for up here. Dude, so the rocket's going to be built in here and then it'll roll out there, and then the zoomed in shot is the same camera just zoomed in over here. See? So these are concrete forms going in right here, and it looks like there's going to be something right here. See the rebar? I'm not, so the mount is going to be up here somewhere where the actual rocket goes. Ow. The hell? That freaking cut on the back of my arm is killing me. I think I stretched the cut open by accident. That video is old, okay? I got your paint job here. Bill Elliott Coors? Oh, no. That is pretty sick. You're in Cincy, not far from the Yingling Brewery. Yingling. Is that goalie driving that crane? I will tell you if goalie's in this shot, and goalie is not in this shot. No. The wall and the forms is where the hydraulic will be for lifting. Yep. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. So the hydraulic, this is the hydraulics bay in here. There's going to be a wall right here, and then the diverters over there. Oh, okay. So that's, yeah, all right. I see how this is all going to go together. What place is this? This is a LC16. Here, let's look at it. Quick, to Google Earth. It's right here on Missile Row. And of course, these pictures are from like 2007. The Space Coast doesn't even look like this anymore. It's, dude, comparing them, like, watch. A little different, huh? Oh, somebody's talking near CP11. Bong. I'll toss 100 towards that paint job. I don't. Maybe we'll do something else. There's, so LC11 right there is part of Blue Origin's pad. 12 is also Blue Origin, if I'm understanding that correctly. Former Complex 13 is LZ1 and LZ2. LC14, that's Stoke. This is Stoke's Nova rocket. This is way more finished than this is right now. They finished pouring all the concrete for that pad. And then there's LC15, which is nothing. LC16 is right here. This is the pad that we're talking about. That's the HIF in the picture right there. And then there's the crawlerway, so to speak. There's your flame trench right there. And then the forms that we saw right here for the hydraulics. So, yeah, launch mount's going to be right there. That's the old Terran 1 launch pad right there. Tank tools. I like tank tools. I've never used Tang, to be honest with you. Rob, where can I buy some so I can check them out? I don't even know what tools I need. And then that's the Terran 1 pad. The Terran 1 pad did have one launch from it, and then they... TankToolUSA.com. TankToolUSA.com. All right, all right. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of good stuff in there. All right, I'll have to check that out later. I'll turn all the scrap metal into art if I learn how to weld. Okay. Well, that's a dangerous site to look at. I want to buy all the things now. I could put a coupon in the Discord. Be my guest. And then over here... This is supposedly Firefly has this pad, but they're not doing anything with it. And this pad has been abandoned for a long time. I forget which one that is. Yeah, see, that's Complex 19 and Complex 20. Yeah, it goes 16, 19, 20. And then there's Complex 34. That's where Apollo 1 happened. But I've heard that they want to use that pad for something in the future, so who knows. And then there's Complex 37. You know what the crazy thing is? If you... if we had a Google Earth shot of this right now, it would be unrecognizable. Small keyhole air saw. For sawing steel, aluminum, copper, plastic, and wood. The Apollo 1 pad should not be redeveloped. Yeah. Wait, I think Relativity demoed the old blockhouse. Wait a minute. No. Oh no, it's still there. Yeah! Good on them. Complex 19, the site of 12 Gemini missions. There is a rumor about LC-34 getting used for something, guys. It's actually a pretty large pad complex, if I'm going to be honest with you. It's a pretty big complex. You could do you could launch a pretty big rocket out of here. Something about as big as the Saturn 1. Not allowed, yeah. Well, oh well. And then there's if we had a looking down shot of 37 right now, no one would be you wouldn't be able to recognize it. People were that close? I thought the blockhouses were further. No. Yeah, that close. Sure. You're inside of a reinforced bunker. If it blows up, you're fine. Token Relativity are not allowed to demo the blockhouses. Yeah, my guess, Goalie, is it's because of asbestos. The asbestos. What if the rocket flipped around and hit it? Dude, these are reinforced concrete bunkers, Ramalot. It's not gonna break. You know what? Let's see if there is a hold on. I'm wondering if Harry has a picture of it. Harry Stranger. Harry might have a picture of it somewhere. Guess not. Check Discord dims. Oh. This is from December 5th. Thank you. Yeah, this is the picture that I saw. That's Slick 37. Holy crap. Damn, dude. Yeah, they, so SpaceX has Slick 37. SpaceX has the lease to this pad. They're gonna build 2 Starship pads here, guys. Yeah. There's going to be one. Huh. The renders, all the renders have shown them putting one right here and right here. So like one on either side here. Now, me personally, I want 2 next to each other. I want them. Slick 37 was a twin pad launch complex for Saturn 1 and 1B with 1 pad here and 1 pad there, and they had a structure that could move back and forth. Dude, it's interesting because the commodity structure for Slick 37A, or Slick 37B, the original one, is still there in that picture. But the commodity structure for A is long gone. Look. See? So this diamond piece right here held the fixed service structure, and then there was a pedestal, a launch mount pedestal, 1, 2, 3, and 4, that held the rocket right there. And then you could still see the train tracks right here where you could still see the train tracks where it goes to where it went to the other pad. Now, when ULA started building the Delta pad, they didn't use any of that. They just crudely placed a Delta 4 pad over here, and yeah. The diverters moved on railroad tracks. Remlot, you see that? See that? The diverter, you could move a diverter back this way to the other pad, right? Or you could park it over there if it needed to be refurbished. Are they going to keep the LOX sphere? I doubt it. It's very interesting that they kept the 37B commodities bunker. But they absolutely plastered the 37A commodities bunker. Like I said, dudes, I think it would be super cool if they put one tower here and the trench right there, and then the other tower here and a trench right there. I think that'd be sick. I don't know. Just good nod to the Apollo program, but it's very interesting that they demoed the 37A commodities bunker. Because the interesting thing, dudes, is that in the renders, there's nothing over there. Yes, there is. In SpaceX's renders, over there is the tank farm. The tank farm's over there. So SpaceX basically wants to put 2 pads right here and here. Here, let me show you a render. Here you go. Here's from a SpaceX official. That's actually not the most updated render. Actually, see what I mean? There is nothing over there. What are they doing? What are you doing over there? The term pad is confusing. They are going to put 2 pads on this pad? I can live with this weird ambiguity, but I heard that SpaceX was going to be required to return to the same pad when doing return to launch site. This is precluding catch towers, or are they meaning to have it return to the same general area? My guess would be the same general area, i.e. launch from one Caden and land on the other. But see, the blockhouse is still there. See that? The pond is over there. Yeah, there's nothing here. But, yeah, SpaceX... And they're... Hold on. Let me, see if they have, like, an updated picture of that. I know that they had an updated one last time. Could they have buried the commodities? I don't think so. I don't think they would do that. Well, look at this render. Who did this? I think this is from Felix. This is from What About It on the gram. Yeah. See, Caden, check this out. So this is a render from What About It. That's from Felix. Yeah, see, there's commodities stuff over there. That's what they're going to do. And then see, they have 4 pads. This shows 4. The reason why this shows 4 is because there's an option to build catch towers. So 2 operational pads and 2 operational catch towers. And you're going to need a gigantic freaking tank farm to run all this. Interesting. Actually, that render is pretty good from Felix. It's pretty good. Pretty neat. That's crazy, dude. That's going to be so nuts to see that. Wasn't the tank farm somewhere on the south of the pad? Yeah. You know what? We'd have to see the environmental impact. Hang on. SpaceX Sleep 37 EIS. Let's take a look. There's an updated video of their render. It has the ship quick disconnects on it. Oh, man, that's going to look so badass, dude. Just a lot of dirt now. The bunker's still there. That's right, Vanta. Yeah, yeah. Hunter, you sent me something on Discord. It's an updates render. Oh, dude. Thank you so much. Yes. Oh, you rule, dude. That's what I was looking for. Yep. Proposed liquefaction area, gas area, LOX prop storage, proposed CH4 LN2 storage, liquefaction area. Yeah, they're gonna put it. They're gonna put a separator in here. Why wouldn't they? How much do I need to pay to be in that bunker during liftoff? I'll tell you what, dude. I'll tell you what. I would not want to be in that bunker if this pad has a starship going off. I would not want to be in there. That would get violent very quickly. In fact, the starship going off that close is probably gonna. Not going to damage it, but that thing's going to take a beating. Let me just say that I've seen footage. All right, I'll say this, and I'm not going to... I honestly can't show you guys the footage, and I feel bad because I don't like vague posting like this. It's very, very freaking annoying. I don't like being like, well, I saw a thing that you can't, so nah. I don't like doing that. I saw footage from inside of a house, from a ring camera, inside a house at Boca Chica Village during a Starship liftoff, and that's like a mile away. It looked like an earthquake was going off. Like, the whole thing's shaking, like, you know, like, anything that's hanging is, like, crazy going around, like, stuff's falling off of shelves, glass is breaking. It looks like an earthquake. It looks like an earthquake. And that's from a mile away. Dude, the first Starship pad is going like right here. You're probably like maybe an eighth of a mile. Gonna miss Mary. You guys know. All right, cool. That footage is out there. That blockhouse is, dude, an eighth of a mile away at best. I would not want to be that close to a Starship going off. Even in a blockhouse, dude, like I'd want to be on a chair with like springs, like not Silicon Valley, NORAD style, like Cheyenne Mountain style. You know, like because the vibrations would be so nuts, dude. It'd be like being in a paint shaker. All right, just closing my door. It's starting to get cold in the shop again because we shut the jet engine off. Don't ULA and Blue have pads close by? They're gonna be pretty beat up. No, not really. There's really nothing around Slick 37, dude. It's probably why SpaceX wanted it. There's nothing around it. There's Complex 34 to the south, and I don't think anyone's going to use that ever. And then the only thing that's to the north is Slick 40, which is SpaceX's pad. You think you're going to put cameras in the blockhouse? Sure. That's before you factor in the asbestos dust. The reason why they can't demolish the blockhouses, guys, is because they're made out of asbestos. There's a lot of asbestos in there. So it's Firefly is at Complex 20 from what I understand. Firefly's there and nobody's at 19, but I don't think Firefly is not doing anything with that pad. I'm pretty sure they're going to give the lease up. And then LC-16 would be the closest. How far away is LC-16 though? Yeah, 2 miles away. That's nothing. That's about as far as the build site is from pads at Boca Chica. Last. I thought, what would be the problems, issues, hurdles to running a pipe from the pad out to sea a bit to have a connection point to the LNG for an LNG tanker to park up offload? To park up offload, put the pads rather than tanking it in. They wouldn't do that, dude. Merritt Island Wildlife Preserve. This is, I mean, maybe. But Tessa, at that point, dude, I wouldn't even build it underground. You know where I'd build that line to go to? Build it to the port. There's already a fueling terminal here. See this? See this dock right here, dudes? That big dock, and then how it has all the drums behind it? That is a gigantic gas station for ships. Tessa, I would think they would run the pipe this way before they did any of that. And they also, remember, they talked about expanding the port. They talked about getting rid of this and filling in the land over here, like all the way up to there, to build out more docks. They do it in the Banana River. Now, yeah, you could just run the pipe up the Banana River and then over. And then just have your LNG tankers come in here, dude. Yeah, I think you're on the right track, and I think that's probably what they'd end up doing. Hey. That's Jacqueline. You can tell it's a Jacqueline because of the way it is. It's pretty neat. Canaveral is now the busiest cruise ship port in the United States, and they're looking to expand. Man, that's cool. Run a pipe there and put up some big methane tanks. Blue and SpaceX. Anyone else could just tap off, dude. That's a smart idea. I agree with you. Yeah, no, that's a really good idea. They should do that. Where's Jacqueline? Where's Jacqueline? Where's Jacqueline? There's Jacqueline. That cast from Ryan was awesome, dude. How will they refine the LNG on site? Well, if you have LNG tankers coming in, I'm pretty sure you don't have to. Hey, Methane, what's going on? I was watching Port Canaveral Port Authority meeting today. An LNG plant is going to be built on Merritt Island. Several locals were opposed. An LNG plant is going to be built on Merritt Island. Okay, Tessa, well, that problem, yep, okay. That problem's nil. Are you ready for the flame trench this week? No. What about Boca Chica? Or would they just run a pipeline to the main facility? At Boca Chica? Here, I would say run a pipe. I would say run a pipe, dude. There's an LNG terminal right here. It's right across the Port of Brownsville. They're building a brand new one, dude. The Brownsville LNG terminal, dude. This is a huge project, man. When I was down there in January, man, you think the freaking launch, like, Starbase was a crazy project? This dwarfs the Starbase project. Yeah, if you drive by going to South Padre Island and you see this thing, dude, it's just cranes. It's just cranes forever. Dude, there's an aggregate facility on site. That's how much concrete they're pouring. I thought LNG had to be refined. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. 39A is the biggest. The Complex 39 is the biggest one. So 39A and 39B, probably the biggest. Look at all the freaking cranes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And the crazy thing is that these are all Liebherr 11,000s. Every single one of these is a lattice, Liebherr 11,000 lattice crane. SpaceX has 2. Look at all of them. They're freaking everywhere, dude. And then there's a bunch of tower cranes working on these gigantic oil drums. Road view, please. All right. You got it. Here's the road going to South Padre Island. Oh, it's still old. This is not what this looks like at all, man. Yeah. Yeah, it don't look like this no more. That side still looks the same. This side, there's a huge berm right here. There's a huge dirt berm. See it? The reason why is because if there's a spill, you don't want it going onto the road. Dude, that's awesome, man. Look at that. It's freaking Factorio in real life. That's so cool. Look at all the condensers. You think it's got air conditioning, dudes? You think it gets cold? You also don't want a spill going into the water. Well, there's a berm on the other side, too, if I'm understanding that right. The wind just blew my dang door shut to the shop. Huh. Okay, it's windy again. How many gigawatts will be needed from the grid for all that? If I had to guess, there's probably on-site power generation here. It is an LNG terminal after all. I don't think you need to tap into the grid. If anything, I'd put a power plant here. You got a snowstorm coming in and rain. Gross. Anyway. Yeah, Slick 37, man. They're already starting to move dirt around, which is crazy to me. Dude, SpaceX made mincemeat of that freaking Delta IV pad. That thing didn't last a week. Nuclear for an LNG plant, Mana? Guys, I think I'm not sure you're understanding here. This is an LNG terminal for loading liquefied natural gas from the Texas oil fields onto a tanker for export, okay? It's designed to store and keep cool really high quantities of LNG. LNG is, it has a very high energy density. You can store a lot of it, and it generates a lot of power. I don't think you wouldn't need nuclear to keep your liquefied natural gas terminal power on. You could just use LNG and make an LNG power plant for your, you know, laughs in uranium. I understand that uranium has a way higher energy density. I get it, but I think you're missing the point. This is a fuel storage facility. You can use it to store fuel for a power plant to power everything. Do I have to spell it out? You dill hole? Just use helium-3. All right. All right. All right. Do you think SpaceX will ever try producing methane with electrolysis like they will have for IRCU on Mars? Maybe. Maybe. Yes, please spell it out. Okay. Forensics. SUCKMYASS. Forensics. All right, so we got a tower and the pad going basically on the track for the Delta IV. Oh, before that, Canaveral LNG. What else do we got here? Oh, it's on Sea Ray Drive. Oh, I know where this is. Yeah. Yeah. 528's right there. Not necessarily understanding why you'd want to build that right next to a highway, but, you know, whatever. Florida, it's fine. You know, especially if it's, like, across the street from, like, people's houses. You know, probably would have been a smarter idea to, like, build it over here. But, you know, right there works, too. That's fine. Yeah, how about that, Rob? I know, it's so weird, right? It's so strange. The pipes are there. Yeah. Yeah. No, I know. I get that. Like, I mean, if that's how you want to put it, if you want to put an LNG plant there, I suppose that's fine. It's just, like, quite actually across the street from, like, someone's house. Like, I don't know. Wow, that's dated today. Yep. So that is right here. That parcel of land. It's next to the barge storage depot over here. It's weird seeing tugboats on land. Oh, dude, is that a catamaran? Cool. Yeah, see, like, there's houses, like, directly across the street. I mean, all right. Well, if that's what you got to do, I guess. What's this place do? Got a nice dock in there. That's a crane yard. Is it, though? I don't know. I'm seeing more boats than cranes here. I think you're wrong, Goalie, because I'm on the internet and I know more. Those guys build boats? Yeah, okay. Do we got street view? Oh, street view. Don't. There.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Please don't forget about me, chat.
Omega? Oh, Brevard cylinder head. Hell yeah. Let's go. Yo, how much for the brick nose? There's a brick nose right there. See it? I see some cranes. Goalie might be right. Jackpot. Jackpot. There's a couple square bodies back there. That sequoia next to it will last for another 30 years.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Screw you, Omega. I'm the better launch vehicle.
Neither of them are good. Neither of them ever launched. Oh, look at that poor bullnose. What happened? Oh, that's just a shame. That poor truck. Look at how sad it is. That guy died, the head shop guy? Oh, that sucks, dude. That sucks. His name was Vic? Ah. I bet you that guy could port a cylinder head like a mother trucker, dude. Florida. Is that a Volkswagen bus? It is. Okay. The Space News has just devolved into looking at people's storage facilities. It's so bad. All right, we should stop. Oh, nice house. He built the 562 for us? Cool. Flyboy, 26-month resub. Thank you. Anyway, let's get back to Space News. That's Merritt. That's where the Merritt Island LNG terminal is going, or LNG facility is going to go. Yeah. All right. So there's a proposed facility going there. Let me see. Where's that zoomed in shot here? This is what I want. I want that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This sucker. Yep, they definitely started grading that out. Tower and the trench are going to go right here. They definitely started scraping up what was left of the Delta 4 pad there. Seems like you're jealous of their collection. No, not really. Dude, I got my own junk. Got my own junk to deal with. Like, I'm like so deep in that damn Project Hellfish that I'm actually like, I don't need to buy another car. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't have any money to buy another car. But even if I did, I would be like, no, I'm good. I got enough stuff. I'm serious. I know that that's not how cars work. I know that eventually I'll probably get bored of the stuff that I have. Maybe we'll sell it or something, etc., etc. But also at the same time, I got everything I want. Storage Space News. Yeah, Aesop, 5-month resub. Thank you. I got everything I need for now. I have a 4-door car. I have a 2-door car. I have a light-duty truck and a heavy-duty truck. I'm good. I got everything
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Gotta buy them pixel strips for the house. Yeah. Yeah, I got enough project cars, dude. I'm fine. The Coronet, the 59, the 97. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Are you guys good? I have 3 project cars. You don't have a tracked vehicle. You don't have anything fast. The Mustang is pretty damn fast. Do you have an F450? No. On my property, I have an F100, an F250, and an F350. Do you have a lorry? No. Missing the minivan for when you finally give your folks grandkids? I have a vehicle that's good enough for that. Don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about that.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Tycon with 25 months.
What do you mean? I am the better.
Zoo K3? Yeah. Zoo K3 is a... Yeah, that's not good. Oshkosh truck goal? No, like I said, guys, I'm not saying that there isn't other cars that I want to eventually have. I would love to buy a Charger. I want an old Charger. This is the primer for that. But also at the same time, I'm good. I'm good, dudes. I'm good. I got that. That thing's good enough for now. You don't have a crane. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, and the customer cars. That's right. But yeah, I'm good. You want a General Lee? No, I actually don't like 69 Chargers. I like 1970 Chargers. I think 70s look cooler than 69s. Because in 1970 they switched the bumper is integral to the grill. So check this out. See on 70? That's a 70 Charger. Instead of having a bumper that wraps around right here, they made the front grill the bumper. That's the bumper of the car. I think that's super cool. So if you look at a 69 Charger, like the General Lee, the 69 has a bumper. See, the bumper is in the bottom right there. I don't want the history. See the bumper? Not a big fan of that. I mean, that's cool. Don't get me wrong. That's fine. But I like the 70s. I think that looks sick. Where are the lights? Jim, they're on vacuum actuators. The lights actually flip up. Yeah, they flip around. They're behind a fairing. The fairing will actually move out of the way and reveal the lights. Any other differences? So the 69 has a split grill. There's a split down. Get off the screen. So the 69 has a split in the grill here. And yeah, for the most part, no, not really. What do you think about a Daytona? I don't want a Daytona. Yeah, I don't want a Daytona. I don't need that. The 68 has no split, but the 68 has a different bumper. And the 68 has different tail lights. 68s do look... I mean, they do look pretty damn good. Here, take a look, dudes. Woof. Woof. You're definitely getting a Daytona. I don't want a Daytona. I don't want a Daytona unless it's a real one. And if I had a real Daytona, you know what I would do with it, goalie? I'd sell it. I would sell it and buy like 20 Dodge Chargers. So much torque, chassis twisted off the line. It looks like trash. You don't like that, ARJ? Really? You don't like it? I think it looks sick, dude. That looks awesome. Whoa, Vanta, what did you... Wait, hold up. Stop talking about cars for a second. No. You're more into a Model T? It's a Ford. Vanta, source me on that. You say SpaceX is going public. Elon confirmed. Give me a sauce, man. Not a fan of Daytonas. I think the 68, I like the, out of 68, 69, and 70, I like 70, and then 68, and then 69. It's under an Eric Berger post. Oh, no. Crap. He can go public as long as he retains controlling stake in the company. It's fine. I don't think this is a good idea at all.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Well, so much for my stock being the best.
I'm stupid when it comes to money. Why would SpaceX do this? Don't they already have more than enough money from Starlink? That's my question, dude. I don't understand why you would do this. They make so much freaking money off of Starlink. Why? What's the point of this? Maybe you can make more money if people invest in the company. But I don't think they need to. Read the article. All right. SpaceX is planning to raise tens of billions of dollars through an IPO next year, initial public offering. Multiple outlets have reported, and ours can confirm. This represents a major change in thinking from the world's leading spaceflight company and its founder, Elon Musk. The Wall Street Journal and The Information first reported about a possible IPO last Friday, and Bloomberg followed up that Tuesday evening with a report suggesting the company would target a $1.5 trillion valuation. This would allow SpaceX to raise in excess of $30 billion. This is an enormous amount of funding. The largest IPO in history occurred in 2019 when the state-owned Saudi Arabian oil company began public trading as Aramco and raised $29 billion. In terms of revenue, Aramco is a top 5 company in the world. Now SpaceX is poised to potentially match or exceed this value. That SpaceX would be attracted to public investors is not a surprise. It's the world's dominant space company in launch, space-based communications, and much more. For investors seeking unlimited growth, space is the final frontier. But why would Musk take SpaceX public right now? At a time when the company's revenues are surging thanks to the growth of the Starlink internet constellation. The decision is surprising because Musk has for so long resisted going public with SpaceX. He has not enjoyed the public scrutiny of Tesla and feared that the shareholder desires for financial return were not consistent with his ultimate goal on settling Mars. Data centers. Ours spoke with multiple people familiar with Musk and his thinking to understand why he would want to take SpaceX public. A significant shift in recent years has been the rise of... Excuse me for a second. All right, I'm back. I'm fine. which Musk has been involved in since 2015 when he co-founded OpenAI. He later had a falling out with his co-founders and started his own company, X.AI, in 2023. At Tesla, he's been pushing smart driving technology forward and more recently focused on robotics. Musk sees a convergence of these technologies in the near future, which he believes will profoundly change civilization. Raising large amount of money in the next 18 months would allow Musk to have significant capital to deploy SpaceX as he influences and partakes in this convergence of technology. How can SpaceX play in this space? In the near term, the company plans to develop a modified version of Starlink to serve as a foundation for building data centers in space. That's what he said on social media the other day. In late October, SpaceX will be doing this, but using a next-generation Starlink satellite manufactured on Earth is just the beginning. The level beyond that is constructing satellite factories on the moon and using mass drivers to accelerate AI satellites to lunar escape velocity without the need for rockets. Based on some projected analysis, SpaceX is expected to have in the neighborhood of 22 to 24 billion in revenue next year. That's a lot of money. It's on par with NASA's annual budget, for example, and SpaceX can deploy its capital far, far more efficiently than the government can. So the company will be able to accomplish a lot, but with a large cash infusion, SpaceX will be able to go much faster. And it will take a lot of cash to design and build the satellites to launch the rockets to deploy data centers in space. Abhi Tripathi, a longtime SpaceX employee who is now Director of Mission Operations at UC Berkeley Space Sciences Laboratory, believes that once Musk realized Starlink satellites could be architected into a distributed network of data centers, the writing was on the wall. How the hell would they chill it? Doesn't matter, goalie. This is a bad idea. I don't like it at all. I hate it a lot, actually. Yeah, a lot. Everyone jumps on the AI hate bandwagon, but never actually look into what it's doing. About making daft songs or images. I fully understand what AI does. I get it. I understand. I know it's not just for making pictures. I get it. A large language model would be really good for, I don't know, a self-driving car to be able to self-learn and get better over time. Yeah, good idea. But also at the same time, what does this do to SpaceX? This sounds like SpaceX wants to just make satellites and then eventually get rid of rockets completely by using a mass driver on the moon. What about Mars, dude? What about the moon? What about Mars? Like what? Why did AI change Elon's mind to pivot to IPO? because he gets the capital to do it to build out this AI network fast. He could use SpaceX to win the AI race. Yeah, that's what they ultimately want to do, Petrie. They want to build a factory to make satellites on the moon. You think Mars now is a no-go? I don't think it's a no-go, Chaz. I think it's on the back burner. Hopefully it pops before they freaking IPO. So, guys, why is an IPO bad for SpaceX? SpaceX is a company that makes a lot of money now, but for the longest time they were barely making enough money, right? SpaceX got into the satellite launching business. They had NASA contracts to move stuff to the space station. That's how they built Falcon 9. And then they offered Falcon 9 at a lower price to be able to move satellites into space for other customers. So started getting a lot of commercial customers in the late 2010s, right? Even then, it was pretty revenue positive. Like you're not making too much money. The margin is not great, but because rockets are expensive. And they've done this all with the expectation in the background that, they're going to go to Mars. We're going to use this to go to Mars. We're going to use it to go to Mars. The problem is that if, and then they started making money with Starlink. They make tons of money now. I mean, Eric's right in that article. They make $20 billion a year from Starlink. That's NASA's budget. That's NASA's budget, dudes. Just for what it's worth. That is more than enough to that's more than enough to fund a Mars program indefinitely for decades. Yeah, that's more than enough. The thing is that you do this IPO, you're going to raise a lot of money, and you'll see an initial boost towards Starship development and Starlink development to make an AI supercluster out of Starlink satellites. He's basically using Starlink for cloud AI computing. That's not a bad idea. Seriously, it's not a bad idea. But I will say that SpaceX has been profitable because of their ideological goals. All right? When you go public with your company, you have something called a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders. Now, what does that mean in plain English? That means that if you're running the company and the shareholders have a vote and they vote that you're doing a bad job, you're not doing what they like, you're not looking out for their fiduciary, you're not abiding by your fiduciary responsibility, basically not trying to maximize profit for the company, they'll fire you. It's that simple. Making a company public means that you have a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders to make profit for said shareholders because it's their money being invested. There's a whole Supreme Court precedent about this between Henry Ford and the Dodge brothers 100 years ago. With that all being said, how does that play into a Mars project? How are you going to build a city on Mars? You're not going to see a return on investment on for a city on Mars. You're not going to do that. That's a pet project. if in the future SpaceX is working on this and the AI cloud, they go public and that AI cloud computing slop nonsense doesn't work, the shareholders are going to want profitability out of the company. You're not getting that with a Mars program. You're not. Elon basically all but confirmed that he wants to, that SpaceX is going to go public next year. Using a moon factory to make Dyson Sphere parts, he then holds all the power and rules all the world. I don't know, dude. I don't know how that's all going to go. I mean, Tesla is kind of a good example. Tesla is kind of a good example of this being a success story. But also at the same time, dude, like, part of the reason why, like, here's the thing. The IPO will go well, but if anything crazy happens, you know, and they could just get you, they could oust him. He could be ousted. Like, as long as he has controlling stake, I suppose it's not a big deal. I do not want SpaceX to be beholden to a bunch of idiots that are trying to short the company, like what they tried to do with Tesla. Everybody tried to short Tesla, banking on that they were going to go bankrupt, and they basically tried for many years to set up Elon to fail and have Tesla go bankrupt. They were shorting Tesla left and right. You know they're going to do that with SpaceX. You know people are going to do that because people suck. Lawsuit about Elon's pay is also expected to be overturned early next week as well. Yeah, serious. I don't like this at all. I don't think this is a good idea. Dude, you can't do this with spaceflight right now. Spaceflight is still a very, 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 very meticulous endeavor. You know, it is not something that where you can kind of glaze over details. It's not. I don't think developing Starship with SpaceX having an IPO is a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea for astronauts launching on Dragon. I mean, it's probably going to be fine in the near term, but long term you could end up like Boeing. I'm serious. Now, don't get me wrong, that ain't going to happen overnight. If it does, it's going to happen probably 10, 20 years down the road. And there's also no guarantees here either. Maybe it'll be fine. I really don't like the idea of SpaceX of Elon not just retaining complete control over SpaceX to build out a Mars city. Like, I don't like the idea of anybody else trying to get in on those stakeholder expectations except for him and Gwen and a couple of other people. Having thousands of shareholders is going to make it so you have thousands of voices. And if the okay, I'll give you guys an example of fiduciary responsibility. Amazon. Okay? Pop. Amazon. They have Amazon Leo, right? Amazon Leo needs to get satellites for Project Kuiper. They need those satellites launched. They have an FCC contract that says they need an FCC permit, Federal Communications Commission permit, that says they need to get a bunch of satellites up by the end of next year. So the shareholders came together after Amazon decided to use New Glenn and ULA. They decided to use Atlas and Vulcan and New Glenn to launch Project Kuiper satellites. The Amazon shareholders came together and made them buy Falcon 9 launches because that's the cheaper solution. They forced Amazon to go to their competition inadvertently because they could. Because it doesn't, why aren't you using the cheapest launch vehicle on the market? You have to use the cheapest launch vehicle because we want to make more money. So Project Kuiper launched on Falcon 9. They did 3 launches for them. You want that in the future? I don't want that. I don't like the idea of shareholders being able to denote our destiny for going to the stars. I think that is a very stupid decision. Yeah, I'm unless I learn more about this, I am completely 100% against doing that. I think that is a very, 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 very short-sighted decision, and I'm very annoyed that AI, despite all of its AI is super useful. I get it. Like, you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. It's not just about, like, zombie. It's like what you're saying. It's not just about making stupid pictures on the internet. There are certainly a lot of applications here. I do not want SpaceX to hitch their wagons to the AI race. I don't think that's a good idea. And frankly, I do not understand why Elon thinks that's a good idea. I don't get it. I would really want some clarification from him. I don't understand the need here. I don't understand why you'd want to do this. You're gonna risk our potential avenue to the stars over fucking AI. You got to be kidding me. Are you kidding me? He likes money. I mean, yeah, man, I see you and a bunch of other people saying that, but if Elon, dude, here's the thing, man. If Elon wants more money, like if he, billionaires just want more money, bro, he's the worst freaking billionaire around. You know why? Because he decided to choose space flight and electric car mass production as profitable as his way to make billions. That doesn't make any sense. And social media. Drunk optimism, he's just doing this to drum up press. God, I hope you're right. But EJ, are solar panels and radiators that efficient that they offset the cost to launch services? How is launching cheaper than trucking to a data center in the middle of the desert? Guys, I started thinking about this. All right, we've had conversations about data centers in space and how they make no sense because of the thermodynamic problem. So, two things. One, it's important to understand that electricity is free in space. It's free. If you put a data center in a higher orbit, still inside the basically medium Earth orbit, if you put a data center, or at least Starlink satellites in or these modified AI Starlink satellites, if you put them into a higher orbit, we're talking like 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers that way, a long way. You put them in a higher orbit, and basically a point where they're not in darkness. You get it to a high enough orbit where the sun is always shining, and it's very rare that the solar panels get eclipsed, right? If you put it into a high enough orbit, you get cheap power generation 24/7, 365, and it's free. It's free. What are your solar panels? What are your solar panels going to break? Now, here's the thing. You will need a gigantic freaking solar array. You're going to need a solar farm in space to do something like this. But then again, Elon's proliferated cloud AI thingamajig, you're probably not going to need that big of a solar panel. The solar panel is going to be way bigger on these satellites than, like, we're talking like maybe Gateway's solar panels or like the IROSA arrays on the ISS, something like that. But also at the same time, once again, that thermodynamic problem. So everybody's like, oh, it'll never work. It'll generate too much heat. It'll generate too much heat. It'll generate too much heat. And that's right. There's no way to rid yourself of the heat. But if you can generate power for free 24/7, 365, and your solar technology is good enough to generate enough power, that shedding the heat through black body radiation, which is how they do it nowadays, that's just an electrical problem. You just generate more power. You generate more power, you can keep everything cool. Simple as that. Think about it. Electricity is free. Really, really, really noodle on it for a second. Your electricity is free. You have a data center on the ground, all systems. What's the electrical bill look like for that? Millions. To keep everything nice and cool? Millions. And then the electrical power that it sucks up? Millions. Millions. To keep just the utility bill is going to be insane. Right? And don't get me wrong, you have that same bill to keep everything cool up in space. You have that same thing. No power bill, though. I'll admit, it's actually pretty goddamn smart. That's a pretty smart idea. I personally don't think SpaceX needs to IPO to do it. I think they should spin off Starlink and IPO that. That would be a good idea. And stay as a private launch provider for that. And have controlling stake in Starlink, which might be what they do. That makes much more sense to me. But IPOing the entirety of SpaceX, banking on a goddamn stupid AI cloud data center, is probably one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. I don't like that idea. I don't think that's a good idea. What happened? There's a problem. You can't just send a tech to medium Earth orbit. It's a proliferated swarm, Geeson. If one satellite breaks, who cares? It's cloud storage. Don't worry about it. You just use the 1,000 others. It just transfers data, backs up and transfers data to the 1,000 other satellites. At a certain scale, thermal loading takes more power than solar can create power-wise. Each square meter of solar is getting closer and closer to that, and it is worse for low-temperature systems because T to the fourth. I understand that. If you're using your satellites for cloud storage and data process, cloud storage and AI data processing, you're not generating that much extra heat. Yeah, Strick, I don't know. Couldn't you just radiate the heat out on the dark side of the satellite? Yeah, of course, Johan. Yeah, exactly. It's not that big of a deal. It's just running the coolant loops. But running the coolant systems is not that. It doesn't take up that much power, guys. I'm sorry, it doesn't. Like, I think this is a dumb idea for what it's worth. But those data centers in space, especially on a Starlink, a Starlink with some AI computing on it, on top of that, with some storage, some localized storage, is not a bad idea. It's really not. I don't think SpaceX needs to IPO to do it. There, I said it. Yeah, if SpaceX IPOs the entire company, that is going to be a very sobering moment. Why even have a coolant loop? Just use heat pipes. Heat pipes. Okay. I think you're trying just to take it out and just put it up in space and put data center or something in space. Kind of. Don't hate the idea in a way because data centers ruin water. You stop streaming in protest. That's not going to do anything net worth. That'd be kind of funny, but yeah, no. They don't need to IPO IMO, but what if they plan to buy a ton of spectrum? They already did, dude. SpaceX basically cornered the market on the very high frequency spectrum earlier this year, dude. Huge buy. They bought a lot. Can we beam electricity down to Earth? Yes. What happened to the company itself if they IPO? What happens to Starship? I don't know. They basically own the entire direct-to-cell spectrum. That's it, Rarest. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, man. What about Mars? That's what I would ask Elon right now if I could talk to him right now. What about Mars, dude? Aren't you worried that an IPO is going to make you fiduciarily responsible to shareholders, and shareholders don't give a frick about Mars? They care about making money. I think Elon just wants fan believers to be able to invest in it. Then buy Tesla stock, dude. Just IPOX.ai. Nothing will change with his Mars plans. You sure about that, Donnie? Is there a way to write a company charter to counter the fiduciary duty directive? I have no idea, dude. BlackRock don't want no red rocks. Elon has long said he won't IPO after Mars flight, so what changed? AI. King AI. God. King damn it. There's a way, actually, just most companies don't do it because it makes harder to find investors. A rough calculation of someone in a DC server I partake in has said per gigawatt of compute will require 76,000 tons in orbit. Yeah. Well, SpaceX can do that, dude. They could do that with Starship easily. At this moment, I imagine his answer to you would be about an average of 2 AIs per sentence. I think of it this way. Elon believes Mars is only the first step, a trial run for real. The ultimate goal is to either colonize or consume every celestial body in order to propagate life and find out the secrets of the universe. That is not a profitable venture, Turbine. That's the problem here. That's not a profitable venture. You have to make money, especially if you're public. I don't like it, dudes. I don't like it. And maybe I'm being a little hasty. I don't know. You guys remember what you guys want to cancel SLS now? This is why I've always said we need to keep it. I've been saying that for years. This is why. I really, really, really don't want, you know. SLS needs to be expanded. I don't trust this for a second. If I was at NASA, I'd be like, yeah, nah. Did you see Elon bashing the EU because he got fined by them for breaking laws? I don't care, Bio. I don't care. That's not space news. This is the exact situation you want to have SLS for. That's right, Hazanku. Look, I love SpaceX. I love him. Elon's my guy. Like, I look up to him a lot. I really do. And I love SpaceX because of it. But I was wondering, at what point does this start becoming an issue? You know what I mean? Even though I love SpaceX, I really don't think they should be the only way to get into space. I really don't think that's a good idea. Now think about this, guys, in the future. And you can call me cynical if you want. That's fine. In the future, think about this. SpaceX has the only way to get into space, right? For a NASA project, for the Artemis program or whatever. Say we got rid of SLS, we got rid of Orion, we got rid of all this stuff. SpaceX has Starship's the only way to get people into space. And the shareholders decide that we're not making enough profit, so they jack the price of launching people into space on Starlink or on Starship. Now NASA has to pay a huge price to send people into space to NASA's freaking moon base. Fuck that. Sorry, it warrants exclamation. Nope. 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 Build SLS, build more SLSs. Sorry. I love SpaceX, I love Falcon 9, I love Starship, I love everything about them. I don't trust it. No. Especially just for AI. Really? Really? Do you think Block 2 accelerated this timeline a bit? I know of Elon time, but do you think they are way more behind and expensive than initially expected? No. No, Cirrus, I think this really comes from Elon after that fiasco with Doge, by his own admission. I think he thinks that in order to fix our current system, we need to maximize GDP. That's what he said multiple times. He said that in order to, if I can't fix the system that way, we're just going to have to maximize GDP somehow. And I get it. I get what he's trying to do. I really do. He, does it have to always be at the behest of, or to the detriment of space flight? Does it all? We always get the fucking shaft, dude. Always. It's always goddamn happens. But once again, the flip side of this dude is that, if he holds controlling stake, it could be like Tesla. It could be like Tesla. Tesla's fine. It's one of the most valuable companies in the world. Save maybe SpaceX. If, maybe it'll be fine. Yeah, see, Kraken, exactly. It's not a bad idea. Any more info in the article? I don't know. I mean... Don't get worked up till we know more. Yep. That is the moment an IPO suddenly came into play after being unlikely for so long. If you followed Elon's tactics, you know that once he commits to something, he leans fully into it. Much of the AI race comes down to amassing and deploying assets that work quicker than your competitor. A large war chest resulting from an IPO that will greatly help his cause and disadvantage all others. I hate Sam Altman. I hate that guy so much, dude. Foremost among Musk's goals right now is to win the battle for AI. He's already attacking the problem at XAI and Tesla, and now he seeks to throw SpaceX into the fray as well. Taking SpaceX public and using it to marshal an incredible amount of resources shows he's playing to win. What about Mars? All right, let's see. Musk founded SpaceX in 2002 with the goal of one day settling Mars. He's never wavered from that goal, and indeed the company has made considerable progress in more than 2 decades. SpaceX now launches more than 90% of the world's mass to orbit. He's nearly 90% of the satellites in orbit, and backstops a large portion of the U.S. government's civil and military activities in space. Moreover, with Starship, SpaceX is building the first vehicle that could realistically send humans and a lot of the stuff humans need to survive to Mars one day. But if Musk's rationale for keeping SpaceX private was to protect the Mars dream, is he abandoning this long-standing aim? It's a good question, Eric. Not necessarily. Okay. It's likely that Musk sees artificial intelligence as a key part of the Mars vision. Whether one believes the Optimus robot will become a viable product or not, Elon does. And he's spoken about sending the robots to Mars to make it way smoother for the first human settlers. He also believes that a larger and more financially robust SpaceX is necessary to undertake the settling of Mars. He understands that NASA will not pay for this, as the Civil Space Agency is in the business of exploration and not settlement. For several years now, he's expressed that it will require about 1 million tons of supplies to be shipped to Mars to make a self-sustaining settlement. This is roughly 1,000 ships, and including refueling, at least 10,000 Starship launches. At 100 million per launch, that's 1 trillion in launch costs alone. Elon's frequently expressed a concern that there may be a limited window for settling Mars. Perhaps financial markets collapse. Perhaps there's a worse pandemic. Perhaps a large asteroid hits the planet. Taking SpaceX public now is a bet that he can marshal the resource now during his lifetime to make a Mars City 1 a reality. He's 54 at the time of this article. Yeah, you could people could short SpaceX if they go public, Goalie. I was talking about that, yes. The plan is not without risks, of course. If AI is something of a bubble, 10 years from now, SpaceX may be sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars worth of satellite in space for which there is very limited use. Maybe shareholders would rather SpaceX make them multimillionaires than make humans interplanetary.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But Elon's never shied away from risks, so doubling down on his most successful asset in this moment is precisely what one would expect him to do. Slackster, 58-month resub. I don't like the risk, guys. I really don't. I don't think this is... I wouldn't risk human spaceflight for this. Sorry. Maybe shareholders would rather be wealthy than idealist. Bingo. Nope. All it's going to take is one stupid private equity firm to buy up a chunk of SpaceX stock to get not controlling stake, but a huge say in what they do, and then just force them to just make Starlink satellites over and over again. Nope. Starlink is the profitable venture. Make more of those. Like, that's it. Don't go to Mars. Like, that's all it's going to take. All it's going to take is one. I don't trust it. Yeah, Zonku, exactly. Is it an option for SpaceX to IPO with only non-voting shares? I have no idea, Bio. I don't know how that works too much. I know you hate For All Mankind, but this is exactly what happens in For All Mankind. Maybe there's a reason why I don't like it. What if NASA buys stocks in it with a new administrator coming in? NASA buys stocks, Ramalot. Are you just... NASA can't buy stocks. It is possible to have two classes of shares. Guys, you know, like, you ever tune into RGV at like 7 tonight? RGV? No, not really. And then there's the regulatory end. Every time Elon talks about a rocket, it will open the possibility of SEC action because it's publicly held. I really hope they just spin off Starlink and make an IPO Starlink, please. Spin off Starlink into its own company and IPO that. And then have SpaceX be their launch provider. But the thing is if, say, like Blue Origin came along and started mass producing New Glenn, if Starlink is publicly traded, there's nothing stopping the shareholders from voting on Starlinks to launch on another rocket. Class B and Class C shares. Guys, you know what? Like, I'm being a little bit pessimistic here for sure. I understand that. But also at the same time, dude, there's no way he doesn't know about this. There's no way he doesn't see this coming. You know what I mean? There's no, like, I don't. Okay, little bit of optimism. There is no way he doesn't remember what happened with Tesla. People were trying to sabotage Tesla's efforts all the time. There's no way he doesn't know that that's going to happen. I'm sorry, there isn't. Yeah, so I have to believe that he knows that this is going to be a thing, and he knows to be careful with this. You know? With that being said, I think it's too risky. And if I was NASA or Congress right now, I would be wanting that block buy for SLS very soon and bring the lander in-house. He's probably feeling his age creep up on him, is getting desperate to try and speed things along in the wrong risky ways. I hope that's not what's going on, Bert. Hey, I think Rocket Lab is live, guys. I just had a premonition. It isn't because a bunch of people said it in both chats all at the same time. I'm getting my spidey senses are tingling. No, thank you for letting me know. In the most recent interview, he was talking about how he would not do Doge again because of the attacks on Tesla, so there's definitely no way it's not on his forefront. I think that's a fair point, Turbine. I don't trust it. Tyler, we don't know for sure, but basically he said that's what he's going to do. What was your question? Sorry, my mind's going into overdrive. Well, why would Elon do an IPO if there really wasn't a good reason? He wants to do it so they can get extra revenue for building Starlink AI, building Starlink into a proliferated low Earth orbit data center with AI computing. Burger could be wrong. Yeah, Burger could be wrong, except I don't think he is. Not extra revenue, seed capital. Yeah, sorry. He wants to be the first trillionaire. Well, I think he's got that in the bag, dude. Man, I'll be honest with you. Despite me thinking this is a completely bonehead freaking move, I don't think it's about making money for him, dude. I really don't. This makes much more sense from Elon It makes much more sense from him with this being not wanting to be the first trillionaire, but needing the money needed to get to Mars in his lifetime. I would think that would make much more sense. We don't know. It depends on what their market market evaluation is. It depends on what that could be. But an extra $30 billion cash infusion would be good. No, Mike Saylor's the first trillionaire. I don't know. I have no idea who that is. Every time you say this guy's name, all I hear is Eric Berger, so good not to be a native speaker. Eric Berger is his name. You think Elon is trolling because he never said these to Bloomberg or Reuters, but this AI satellite is real. What? Burger and burger sound the same. It's just because they are. It's just setmaze. It's just one of those. It's one of those English things. Here, let's watch a rocket launch. The funniest part about this is that, let's say this somehow works. He makes enough money to become sweeter than they go leather jackets shopping together. It'll at least be a couple years before Grok can get anywhere close to Sam and GPT, at which point Winnie the Pooh might screw it all up anyway.
Hello and welcome to launch day. It is early afternoon in...
He still never acknowledged any IPO post, only AI satellites. Yep, nope. Yep, nope, try again. Here's why I think SpaceX is going public soon. As usual, the article is accurate. Yep, nope, try again.
From our Neutron Structural Analysis team to take you through today's launch for the Career Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, known as KAIST.
Thanks, Muriel. It is great to be here for this beautiful summer's day on New Zealand's east coast. What a stunner. Now, today's mission will deploy a single satellite called NeonSat-1A for KAIST. It's heading to a 540-kilometre low Earth orbit on a southern trajectory from New Zealand out over the Antarctic at a 97.4-degree inclination. Now, we've called this one Bridging the Swarm after we launched the beginning of the Swarm mission for KAIST in April last year. That one kicked off their planned constellation of satellites to capture near real-time imagery of the Korean Peninsula. Now, NeonSat-1A will link communications between that first satellite and the next 10 that will form their constellation, hence the name, Bridging the Swarm.
KAIST's mission is to build a constellation that can image the Korean Peninsula multiple times a day. And the constellation's operators will use AI to combine satellite data with existing information that will help them to track natural disasters like earthquakes and forest fires and respond quickly to national security events. And as the countdown clock draws on, let's take a closer look at the NeonSat constellation.
I don't know. Maybe they'll talk about it. Can't listen to the music. Flame Drench is going to be something. Did that article hit a nerve? If so, sorry for expediting that. What do you mean, did it hit a nerve? Do you think do you think you're expediting that is what pissed me off about that article, dude? Bro, this sucks. I don't really see, and maybe once again, I'll give Elon the benefit of the doubt because he's my boy. I love what he does, right? Like I look up to him a lot. You know, from his work ethic to, you know, just how he runs his companies, et cetera, et cetera. He's a huge inspiration for me, guys. Like, I'm not going to say that he isn't. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but I really want an explanation here. Because saying, oh, AI is the explanation, that's bull crap, dude. Do not hitch SpaceX's wagon to AI. That is the dumbest I've ever heard. Like, and you know what, dude? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, dude. My track record for predicting things in 2025 has been awful. So I'm right maybe like 20% of the time. So maybe I'm wrong. But I don't like this. I really don't think it's a good idea. It's not even that I think like AI is a bubble or anything. Like, it's like, dude, even I like the point of winning the AI race that's going on right now between like OpenAI, X.AI, you know, all the other large language models that are out there. Even winning the race and, you know, like making artificial general intelligence and stuff, right? Like even doing that, like, dude, shareholders aren't going to get behind that. Making AGI is not a revenue service. Shareholders will want your satellites to just keep using large language models because that takes no effort. That's the most profitable venture. You're not even going to get to like make AI better or even try to pursue AGI. Because nobody wants you to spend their money on your pipe dreams when you're publicly traded. I don't know, man. I mean, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, dude. I hope I'm wrong. So we're adding an
To all
AI.
operators, LD on mission code. We are proceeding with a go-no-go sequence, starting off with stage.
All right, hold on. Go no go
Stages
full.
go.
Avionics.
Avionics is go.
GNC.
GNC is go.
Beacon.
Beacon is go.
T1.
T1 is go.
GC.
GC is go.
PLS.
PLS is go.
RSO.
RSO is go.
MET.
MET is go.
MM. Let's go.
I haven't seen this camera
LD
before.
sub. LD sub go. The go-no-go sequence is complete. We are currently T-minus 11 minutes and 18 seconds and counting. We are go for terminal count order sequence at T-minus 10 minutes. From this time, the freeware procedure is in effect. So,
Javine, you are saying that even now, him replying to Eric saying that Eric's article on why SpaceX is going public being accurate is not changing your mind about SpaceX going public? Okay. I admire your optimism.
To extend that record even further with today's launch for KAIST.
And at T-minus 10 minutes, 32 seconds and counting to liftoff, operations are proceeding nominally at Pad A. And we lifted Electron Vertical around 5 hours ago when preparations began for...
If AI is going to distract us from our destiny in the stars, I have a big problem with AI, right? A big problem with it.
Favourable for launch today, with clear skies and low ground winds.
As that countdown continues, it's time to take you through the Electron rocket on the pad for today's mission.
I hope,
This is our 77th Electron launch vehicle overall, and it's designed to carry up to 300 kilograms to orbit per launch. Electron stands 18 meters or 59 feet tall with a diameter of 1.2 meters.
Yes,
and
Jeff.
most of the tanks and structures are made up of carbon composite. This is a lightweight but very strong material that brings down the mass of Electron without sacrificing its structural integrity. At the top of the rocket, within its nose cone, is Electron's kick stage, our orbital transfer vehicle, and that is what KAIST's satellite is attached to. We use this platform to accurately place the payload exactly where it needs to be on orbit. And for missions like KAIST that are focused on collecting images of precise locations, specific orbital placement is everything. And that's exactly what Electron's kick stage is designed to deliver.
As we make our way down the rocket across stages 1 and 2, there we go, we use our own 3D printed Rutherford engines. And stage 2 has one Rutherford engine that is modified for spaceflight, while the longer and heavier stage 1 has 9 Rutherford engines at the bottom. Now, at liftoff, these engines produce 50,400 pounds of thrust to get Electron off the launch pad and onward to space. And each one of these 10 engines are powered by high-voltage batteries, which provide power to the LOX and kerosene pumps for the engine's high-pressure combustion. They are the first of their kind to use this kind of propulsion system, and with today's launch, almost 800 of these engines have been made and flown since Electron's first launch in 2017.
Now, speaking of first launches, alongside our record year of Electron missions, the team has been laser focused on preparing to launch Neutron, our much larger and reusable rocket that's scheduled to debut next year. Neutron is more than twice the height of Electron and about 6 times as wide at the base, and like Electron, Neutron is made of carbon composite as well. That will make it the world's largest carbon composite rocket that's ever launched when it takes to the skies from its test, launch and landing site on Wallops Island in Virginia.
Now, to power a rocket that big to deliver 13,000 kilograms of payload to space, you need a powerful rocket engine to take it there. And while we build and test Archimedes in NASA's Stennis Space Center in Mississippi, we are looking for the best and brightest talent to help us out. So let's take a quick look at what goes on at our Archimedes engine test complex.
Solid, gonna go in our facility.
Yeah, I think Stennis is, to me, the mecca of rocket engine testing in the country.
Oh, great. It probably got... YouTube's probably going to flag the VOD now. That's lovely. Love that. Yeah, Warhammer, this is a rocket launch right now. Yeah. Do you think SpaceX morale would suffer if AI becomes a priority over Mars? Yes. Yes, I do. If he wants to raise $30 billion on a $1.5 trillion valuation, he would own 80% still, right? I'm sure there's more to it. Yeah, Pyro, like I said, I think hey Mike, what's going on? Lemon Space, how you doing? There's no way Elon doesn't know the dangers and the risks involved with publicly trading a company. I have to give him the benefit of the doubt, because especially like of what's going on with Tesla. But as long as SpaceX can keep their eyes on the long-term prize of building a Mars city, I'm fine with it. It's just shitification can happen with public offerings, guys. It can happen, and I just don't. I don't even think it's worth the risk. That's their Archimedes engine, which is pretty cool. That's Neutron's stage. Go no go pull happen. Yeah, everything's good.
Amazing, and it must be incredibly exciting to be on that team, bringing Archimedes to life. Now, just remember, for scale, the Archimedes engine has nearly 30 times the thrust of Electron's Rutherford engines. It is a beast. So if you're interested in getting up close and personal with our new engine, make sure you take a look at the open jobs on our website at rocketlabcorp.com.
So this is the Bridging the Swarm launch. It's NeonSat. It's a Korean Earth observation sat. Electrons launching
While we were playing that video of Archimedes, the operators in mission control called a hold, and so we're going to listen in to learn more now.
Hold at 5:43. Yeah, DH, that's probably what's going to happen. So this is the 77th Electron mission. It's the 19th Electron launch of 2025, which is pretty cool. Yeah, good stuff. There is a hold. Clock is holding at 5:43. Is there anything reusable on this rocket? No, but those engines that they were testing, Jen, when I muted the stream, the engines that they were testing are for a partially reusable next generation rocket that Rocket Lab is working on called Neutron.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Pop, 73-month resub. Thanks. As you can see, in the Mahia Peninsula, in New Zealand, this is a twin pad launch complex. There's one pad over there. There's one pad there. They don't reuse Neutron first stage anymore. What? What? No, Neutron's first stage is reusable. The second stage is not. It's a partially reusable vehicle. After the next generation rocket, they should make a Deep Space Nine rocket. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, House. 12-month resub. How long is the window? I'm not sure. 85% probability to go. That's out the door. I'm not sure of the launch window. I'll have to look. Are you looking forward to the Flame Trench games on Friday? No. Not really. I didn't do good the last time we did this. It is looking to be a little bit windy down there, but yeah. Guys, I'm crashing out. That news is not good. That's not good news. I'm sorry. I'm crashing out hard. That's not good news. I mean, yeah, you got a great view. That's nice. You're being too negative about it. You know what, Hellfish? You guys can say that all you freaking want to. You're being too negative. You're being too negative. I'm usually optimistic about things. The freaking tech industry is responsible for the commercial launch market collapsing in the 90s with their stupid freaking dot-com bubble. Okay? If the tech industry does this again with the AI bubble, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. It'll be fine. I hope I'm wrong. I really do, guys. I really hope I'm wrong. I'm just... Oh, you want, buddy? I'll be able to buy a house in San Francisco. It's on all the AI companies to wipe your tears with the $100 bills. Yeah. I think anything less than Battlefield EJ is a subdued reaction. Yeah. I've always said, guys, when people, it's funny because it's been in the context of canceling SLS. I've always said, oh, wait, hold up.
Assessing the reason for the hold, it's worth pointing out that today's launch does not have to happen in an instantaneous window. We have just under 30 minutes remaining in today's window, which gives us just enough time for a recycle attempt.
And the weather remains green, payload is healthy, so let's just sit tight to see if operators reset the clock.
Okay. Nova, don't get too upset. Like, it could be fine. It could be okay. Oh, dude, I thought the rocket was moving. That's just the drone. Dude, I got really concerned there for a second. I thought the rocket was moving, but no, it's just the drone backing up. Sorry to be honest, but I love a home in San Francisco more than space launches. Yeah, I get it, Edmena. That doesn't really make the mood any better. So if you could stop on this stream about spaceflight saying that you don't like, saying that you like a thing more than the main subject matter of the stream is just a little bit annoying. If you could stop, I'd really appreciate it. SpaceX is taking calculated risk. Only people that know the details are SpaceX. So panicking like people panicking over proposed cuts at NASA is just not the way. Look, I'm not crashing out completely, all right? I understand the risk and I know what's involved. I get it. This could end up fine. We could be fine. And I have to think that Elon knows better. I really do think he does, especially with what happened after Tesla. My one thing is, this can seem like a great idea, and it probably is the right thing until that stupid AI bubble pops. If it does, after SpaceX IPOs, we're going to have a big problem. We're going to have a big problem. It could potentially jeopardize plans to go to Mars or plans to go to the moon. And like I said, I have to think that Elon knows this. But shareholders, if your company's losing billions of dollars, shareholders are not going to care about Mars. Okay? You know that's true. I know that's true. What happened at Tesla? People tried to short Tesla all the time. But once again, Tesla is the one thing that would probably be a success story in this regard. He took Tesla public, right? And he took Tesla public and everything turned out okay. So it might be fine. Look, man, the last time the launch industry hitched their wagon to the tech industry to try and gain money, the dot-com bubble burst and the launch industry crashed overnight. And we got ULA because of it. Okay? I've always said that, Ben. Yeah, this is why SLS needs to be a thing. You never know. That's right, Hazanku. People have very short memories. Yep, they reset the clock, 21 minutes and counting. They have 30 minutes left in their launch window, so they're targeting the end of the launch window.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Let's be thankful that SLS is still on the table before SpaceX goes public. If something happens to Starship after the IPO and scrapping SLS, what would we have to get to the moon and Mars?
This is why I've always said that NASA needs their own program. NASA has to achieve parity with SpaceX. They have to have their own in-house stuff because of stuff like this. This is why I always say it. Everybody said, it's fine. It's not a big deal. A lot of people agree, but people say, like, no, SpaceX will never do that. Well, can Jared buy SpaceX stock personally with him being the NASA administrator? Probably not. Lava Eagle, Eric Berger posted an article about why he thinks SpaceX is going public, and Elon replied to it saying, as usual, Eric is accurate. Now, we don't necessarily know the context there. For some things that people don't think that's a selling point, but the article is titled "Why I Think SpaceX is Going Public." So, yeah, we still got blue, right? Yeah, sure. Just read the article. I did read the article. Link. Just read the article. Oh, I got it. Yeah, here, I'll link it in both chats if you guys want to see. We are watching the Bridging the Swarm Rocket Lab cast, but they had a hold and they recycled. So that's probably indicative of a problem with the vehicle. According to Star Trek, we should have Warp 1 ships in about 37 years. Like you, I'm hoping for just a Mars colony. Bezos has a large amount of money in AI. If it pops blue, could be screwed as well. Yeah. Micah Maidenberg today. Jeff Bezos's Blue Origin's teams are focusing on tech needed for orbital data centers. The group has been working for more than a year. Part of the SATS as data centers bubbling across space and AI industries. Yeah. Great. Yeah, exactly, Snarfer. Yeah. Will we hear the go, no go poll when it takes place? I don't know if this is Timmy's music, so I'm not going to play it. But how come one is looking at Earth Orbit Rendezvous, EOR, for going to the moon instead of just copying what Apollo did? How come one won? Serge, what's the first part of your question? How come no one is looking at EOR? Constellation did EOR. How come no one is doing that? The big thing basically revolves around something that you assemble on orbit usually is, okay, so Serge, think about it this way. If you dock your lander and your capsule in low Earth orbit, and then you dock an upper stage to it, your upper stage is going to need to be a high energy upper stage. So obviously your upper stage is going to have a lot of thrust. Think about structural docking ports and how that's going to screw the mass of your vehicle. Does that make sense? Now your docking port needs to be able to handle a good amount of thrust. Docking ports aren't very structural. They're just a docking port. Does that make sense? So nobody really does EOR because... Oh.
T minus 15 minutes, 43 seconds, and counting until
It's a little bit
liftoff
more
for our
complicated.
19th Electron launch. Now we have another gate to pass before liftoff, and that will be a second T12 minute poll. Now this is when all operators in mission and range control will assess the vehicle and ground systems to determine that we are still go for flight today.
What we want to hear is, of course, greens across the board. So a few minutes until that poll, so let's keep an ear out for those calls.
All right, I'll unmute it again, or I'll just keep the sound on so I can hear it if they go to the go, no go poll. No, there's nothing about what the IPO entails. Yarker, I look, here, let me say this, dudes. For all the dooming and glooming that I'm doing, if SpaceX spins off Starlink, into their own company and then IPOs that, I don't care. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. Go ahead. Do it. But with these high dollar evaluations that we've been hearing whispers of, 800 billion, 1.5 trillion, etc., etc., that doesn't sound like spinning off a company, you know? I'm not sure how reliable this information is, but it's being reported that they will raise 30 billion, which would represent 2% of the company. Yeah, supposedly you can do that. Like, you can go public with a little bit of it. I would have to guess that that's probably what he's doing, Donnie. And it's not a full, like, public IPO like what Tesla is. And that's what I mean about Elon knowing better. I think he knows. So if they need to raise an extra 30 billion for these stupid AI satellites and then a portion, like a small, tiny bit of SpaceX is publicly traded, I guess I'm okay with it. The problem is that 2% of your company, if the AI bubble pops, that 2% of your company could easily turn into 10%. You know what I mean? With all the money that you freaking lost. It's opening Pandora's box. Exactly. Exactly. If the tech bubble pops, then you're screwed. And that, I do not want our destiny in space, not destiny in space, that's not the right way to say it. That's being overdramatic. I do not want our potential railroad to the stars, right, being compromised because some bonehead wants to mess with AI. You know what I mean? I don't think that's wise. I really don't think that's a good idea. What does the bubble popping mean? Crazy billions of dollars, Mock, right now are being spent on AI research to try and make artificial general intelligence. If we get to the point where we realize we're spending crazy amounts of money and we're not getting the return that we want, oh, here we go. It could end very poorly.
The go-no-go sequence, starting off with stage.
Stages go.
Avionics.
Let's go.
Something like that,
GNC.
Blacken, yes.
GNC's go. Recon.
Recon is go.
T1.
T1 is
I
go.
dropped my screw.
GC.
GC is go.
PLS.
PLS is go.
RSO.
RSO is go.
MET.
MET is go.
MM.
Is go.
LD sub.
LD sub go.
The go-no-go
We don't
sequence
know
is
for
complete.
sure,
We're
Lemon.
currently T-minus 11
All right, here we
minutes
go.
and 19 seconds and counting. We go for terminal count order sequence at T-minus 10 minutes. From this time, the three-way procedure is in effect.
Okay, so if anywhere here on out you hear hold, 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 we got a big problem. Or we get a smart AI that realizes we're the problem. Yeah, dude, there's no way this ends right. Like, It's just
Great news there from Mission Control. That is greens across the board for our T-minus 12-minute go, no-go poll. And if you take a look at that clock, we are now T-minus 10 minutes, 45 seconds and counting to our liftoff attempt today.
we don't know. They never said, John. Yeah, if they call a hold at this point, they're not launching. Hold is far better than Rudd's. That's right. You're not wrong, Roden. Amen to that, brother.
GCLD on mission code.
LDGC.
Proceed with sequence 58, pad terminal checks.
Copy sequence 58 in work.
And what if Nightbot becomes sentient? Yeah, Nightbot becomes sentient. Yeah, we got a problem. I put that bot through all kinds of crap, dude. But see, the Mars colony is dead. Not dead, Lemon. It's just at risk. It's at a risk that I just frankly don't think is necessary. But
Stage 1 ignitor pressures verified.
I'm not
Hydraulic
Elon,
pressures
dude.
verified. LDGC on mission.
GCLD.
Pad terminal checks complete.
Copy, thank you. Avionics LD on mission code.
LD Avionics.
Proceed with sequence 59, avionics terminal checks.
Copy in work. Has been switched to high power for flight.
Stage LD on mission code.
LD stage.
Proceed with sequence 60, stage terminal checks.
Copy sequence 60 in work.
oh yeah, binary. The Mahia Peninsula is one of the prettiest
Stage
launch
1 and
complexes
stage 2
around, dude.
high voltage battery ready for flight.
I think it's only bested by Tanegashima, which is not relatively not that. Oh, there it is. Got another hold, dudes.
And to all operators, we just called in hold and we're proceeding with the abort actions.
No launch today.
We heard it there from Mission Control. There's another hold that's been called in the count. So at
Guys, that hold was at a completely different time than the first one, so something else is going on. It's not the vehicle.
how to move forward.
Yeah. The hold gate here before was 5:43. Now it's 8:07. This is something else. Weather or a boat in the range or something. I'm playing Battlefield Weather Guy. We'll listen in and see what happens, but yeah, not looking great. They don't have enough time to recycle in the launch window, so probably not happening today. Man, what a pretty place, dude. I'd love to go there just once, dude. That'd be cool. They never said what the last hold was about. Yeah. Yeah, they said abort procedures. Yeah, they're not launching today, I don't think, dudes. Wait till official confirmation. Dude, they said they had 30 minutes in the window, P-Gamer, like 25 minutes ago. It takes 20 minutes to recycle the rocket. This is not
Okay,
math.
with the
It's not
limited
rocket
time
science,
remaining
dude.
in the window today, we won't be able to recycle for another
See?
launch attempt, so we are standing down from today's launch.
So with that, we'll be ending today's broadcast too. But the good news is we have plenty of backup opportunities in the coming days, so we'll be back again soon for our 19th Electron launch this year. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you back here soon. This is Rocket Lab Mission Control, signing off.
Ladies. He called it just before them. I was just saying what they said. No happiness allowed today. Dude, my one saving grace is the progress we made with the stupid car today. That's what's keeping me sane right now. If we didn't make the progress that we made on the car today, or something went wrong or something, or I screwed something up, I would be having a very bad day right now. I would be having a very bad day. Yeah, Ditchy, you're still playing real life summer car. That's right. I cut more of the car off. We added more of the car. We added to the car with the trunk, but then I cut more of it off. It's just cut more of the rusty car off, dude. It's rusty. It needs to be, we gotta fix it, but we will. No flight simulator today? That's tomorrow, dude. To be fair, you only took one step back after taking 2 steps forward. Yeah. So check this out. A little bit more space news, and then we'll go. SLS is fully stacked in the VAB. We got more pictures of it today. They were doing countdown tests. With Orion integrated with the SLS rocket, teams have focused on a series of tests and processes ahead of the Artemis 2 rollout. Interface verification testing, end-to-end communications checks, engine installation and closure, thermal protection, and stabilization. Good stuff, dudes. Look at that thing. Killer. So Orange Rocket good now? I've never said ever once that Orange Rocket was bad. And that's the reason why. I believe in hedging your bets. I play the long game. We under 60. 60 what? 60 days? Yeah. Yeah, Groots, that's a good point. Everyone tries to save as much as they can. No, don't do that. Cut it out. Cut it off. Cut it off. I cut off a good bit of nice metal today, and it sucks that I did it. But that nice metal was attached to really not nice metal, you know? So, yeah. Too expensive, yeah. Well, you're still on. Hey, Rob. What's up, dude? It's got the BS. With 20 orbital launches in a single year, New Zealand needs to be added to the exclusive club of great spacefaring nations. They already are, dude. Should be seeing a rollout in the first half of January for SLS. Yeah, man. Good stuff, dude. ESAR Aerospace guys had a Isar Aerospace had a launch license for December 2025, and they pulled their launch license for the Spectrum 2 launch today. They pulled all their permits, so yeah, Spectrum 2 is probably not happening this year. Burger's Law. What metal? It was Bondo and fiberglass. Yep. Program, you took a tour of the SLS A2 last Friday in the VAB. That's awesome, dude. Super cool. You know programming. No. No, I don't. I should probably learn, but I've been putting it off because I always thought that writing software would be, you know, something that's always going to be an in-demand skill, but I think I'll just learn welding at this point and just kind of leave it at that. That being said, dude, I know you know how logic works. That's pretty logic works. That's pretty straightforward stuff. Like, but yeah, I'm no coder. Learn how to write AI prompts. No, I don't think I will. DJ, off topic, I did stumble on the 69 Coronet brochure while looking for stuff. They had a SoFi orange. It might look good with black accents. Let me see. Ooh. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, baby. That looks sick. I kind of wanted to keep it factory blue, though, but damn, dude. That is a nice looking car. Oh, man. That's the color of my car. Right there. That's what mine's supposed to look like. B3 blue. There it is. That's what ours is supposed to look like. That was the color of my car once upon a time. I do like that. Where's the orange? But oh, woof. So we have a 4-door 500. That is the exact paint color of my car right there. Keyword wasn't supposed to. Yeah, guys, look at that. All those cars are made off of one chassis, dude. That's pretty cool, dude. That's pretty cool. Look at all the different trim levels. We were talking about this, Mutter, today during the stream. Look at all that. That's all off of one chassis. That's pretty damn impressive, dude. That's pretty impressive. It made convertible. Oh, I forgot about the convertibles, dude. As far as I could think of, there's like 16 permutations of car between Plymouth and Dodge. But I didn't even think about the convertibles, dude. There's even more. If you spread the trim levels across all the different versions of cars, dude, there's like 40 or 50 different permutations of B-body that you could have bought in the 60s. That's just for 1 year. It's super cool, man. That's, you know, like, I appreciate the engineering. It is kind of jank for the time. Well, not jank. It's jank for nowadays, but it's pretty good for the time. Oh, woof. You should put Super B quarters on the Coronet. Oh, dude, the scoops. Yeah, dude, that was my idea. So look. My quarter panel goes to about here. It goes to about here, and then it goes down, and obviously it goes around the wheel well. The scoops, dude. What if we take the scoops and we put them in the door? We cut the door skin, and we put the scoops in its place, dude. How cool would that look? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, man. Oh, Deadbringer, it's a boat, dude. I'm not going to lie, but it is a nice looking car. I just love the way that car looks, man. See that right there? A 69 Coronet 500 coupe with a vinyl top. You know how much that car's worth nowadays? It's a $50,000 automobile. No joke. $50,000 in mint condition. The prices of these cars have actually appreciated because they're rarer. They didn't make as many as Chevys or Dodge. Is the tin work stable for that? What do you mean is the tin work stable for that? Of course the tin work's stable for that. Have them go to vents in the back seat. Yeah. That's all? It depends on the motor. If this was a Coronet 500 with a 440 in it, 70 G's. Yeah, it's even more, dude. Yeah. That's why I was seriously contemplating making it into a two-door, but nah, we're sticking with the crew cab, at least for now. What's the price for a decent state Corvette C3 in the US? 10? 15 G's? Probably a little less. I mean, a decent condition, 7,500 to 15, somewhere in there. C-Link, Purdy, please. The Hemi cars are over 80 all day, dude. I'm not affording. Oh, why did you show me this? 69 Mach 1. That is a really nice car. EJ, do you have a new quarter yet? I don't, Petrie. No, couldn't afford it. Not in the budget. Hear me out, Coronet with suicide doors. No, I will not hear you out, you heathen. The Super B chassis is a Coronet. The Roadrunner chassis was 71, right? It's all the same chassis, Groots. It's all B bodies. Your neighbor has one of those, ARJ? That's sick, dude. That's your old man's car? Mint. But yeah, guys, that's the color that my car is supposed to look like. That's what it looked like at one point. It doesn't look like that now, but it'll look like that again. I think the two-tone blue looks sick. I really think it looks awesome. Actually, the straight blue all the way without the 500 trim on it, I think looks really good. See that? I like that a lot. I think that looks fantastic. Yeah, see that right there? That's the color. There's B5 blue, which is that, and there's B3 blue. Are you a fan of the white walls? No. The mags look cool. I will show you what I want for rims on this car. Every single one of these has mags. Crap. And then the ones that don't have the hubcaps. Those are the hubcaps that I have. I have those hubcaps exactly in my garage. I still like that yellow with the black butt. Dude, it does look good. You found one, Rob, for 30 grand with a 446 pack. That's cool, dude. Actually, Rob, those are the rims that I want. Those are the rims that I'm putting on my car. That's what it's going to look like, dudes. Here. Those are Will Vintique's Chrysler Steelies. Those are the exact ones. 4.5 back spacing. Those are the tires my car is going to have. Only mine, I want mine painted to match the car. You should put a hood scoop? Nah, man. Nah, I ain't putting no hood scoop on my car. ARJ, the whole point is to make it look like grandma's car from the 60s. That's the whole idea. Except for the tires. I want the Mopar center caps on mine too. You can get a center cap for this thing. What's the gap? We got clearance. What do you mean? For the tires? Yeah, of course. A 15x8 wheel Vintique Steely with 4.5-inch back spacing. You could fit two 295s in the back. I got 275s all around. It's gonna look good, dude. Raised white lettering for the tires. I have lettering. It's not white because my tires are Milestars, so they're not BFGs. You like the big wing from the Daytona? Do you want to go meaty? I told you I have 275 60R15 tires. That's an 11-inch wide tire, dude. And you can fit that in the stock wheel wells. Believe me, I thought about this before I decided to replace the wheel wells. Are cutouts legal? We're not going to need cutouts. ARJ, I don't want a scoop on mine. I think it looks good just like that. I like the way the stock hood looks. I think it looks fantastic, dude. Back from the Golden Age of the Big Three ruled the world. Mutter, you ain't kidding. That two-tone looks... Oh, the two-tone with the vinyl top looks... That is a sweet car. What a nice-looking automobile. Once again, fellas, I get it. It's huge. It's a freaking barge. All right? That car is like 20 feet long. It's gigantic compared to like every other car ever made at any point in time. I get it. But damn, does it look nice. Even without the trim, it looks sharp. The two-tone looks a little weird without the trim, dude, from what I've seen. But look at that, dude. That's such a pretty car. That's why I love Coronets, man. I think they're just very beautiful looking cars. That car looks great, man. It's just, the proportions of it are perfect. I don't know what it is. It's just a really nice car to look at. Like, even from the back, it's just, they're pretty. They're a very pretty car. How many bodies can you fit in the trunk, dude? 10. 10. Easily. I wish a manufacturer would come out and start building an arsenal like this again. The money they would make. Agreed. Actually, they deregulated the automotive industry, at least for small cars, the other day, Goalie. They got rid of a lot of standards. They got rid of the CAFE standards. The president got rid of the CAFE standards. I get it. Some people don't like the president. Be quiet. Just listen. They got rid of the miles per gallon requirements per wheelbase requirement, okay? So that's huge. That's the reason why people don't make cars anymore. That's the reason why Ford, Chevy, Dodge, they don't make cars. That's the reason why they make trucks and SUVs and stuff. Because SUVs and trucks, crossovers, they have different fuel miles per gallon targets per regulation. If you were going to make a car, if you made anything bigger than a smart car, you're not meeting the fuel miles per gallon regulations that CAFE standards set up. They got rid of that. So now, instead of making a car a certain wheelbase, like making a mid-sized car, right? Instead of doing that, and like per the previous standards, a car had to get like 40 miles to the gallon, which is stupid. All that did was make it so people just made trucks which have more lax fuel targets, right? You know, a truck has to get 20 miles to the gallon. The car has to get 40, right? And those regulations made it so the automakers just said, why are we making cars? Why are we doing that? Screw that. So nobody made cars anymore. No one's going to be able to hit those targets. And that's why no one's making cars. Everybody makes crossover SUVs. With those standards out the window, and don't get me wrong, guys, we ain't going back to gas guzzlers. That's not a thing. If we just took our current engine tech, like if Ford took like the 2.7 that they put in Broncos and like Ford Edges, and or the F250 or the F150s, right? You took that, you put it in a car like a Ford Fairlane or a Ford Galaxy or something. You could make a car that gets 25, 30 miles to the gallon, no problem. Easy peasy. Cars are coming back, dude. They're coming back. It's just going to take a second. Not to mention the price of vehicles these days. That's the other thing, ARJ. There's so much crap that you have on the vehicle that just, why? It's useless. Like the automatic engine shut off at idle. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. If you're in drive, in a modern, like every car has to have that nowadays, which is stupid. Backup cameras? You have to have a backup camera. You know why you have to have a backup camera in cars? Because you have blind spots. Why do you have blind spots? Because they made it so you have to, the car has to do well in a rollover. So you have blind spots because they made the A, B, and C pillars wider. So now you have blind spots. And now you need a backup camera. It's just complication and complication and complication and complication and complication in the name of safety. You know what I mean? Yeah, AirJ, exactly. It's stupid. Backup camera is to prevent children from getting run over because you have blind spots. That that doesn't happen in a regular car. It doesn't happen. Weird. Because the cars are so damn big, people don't know how to freaking drive them. And don't get me wrong, guys. Like, that thing's freaking huge. That thing's as big as my F-250. I get it. But you can see out of it. That's the thing. Look at all the glass it has. You can see a lot out of it. That's kind of the point. I know the GRGT, but anyway. You're assuming there was a point at which people knew how to drive. Yeah. See last, please. You're right. Don't expect everything overnight. Yes. If the market analysis shows that people will buy a car, they'll build one. Bob, say this to whomever you have to say it. If Chevy just said screw it and brought back the SS, the Chevy SS, and just made that the new Impala instead of whatever that front-wheel drive piece of trash they call an Impala now is, right? Or the Malibu or whatever. Just bring that back. LT4, or even like what is Chevy's V6, or even the 4-banger, dude. Whatever that 4-banger that they're putting in Silverados in Flint, whatever that 4-banger is, just put that in a car, dude. Just the SS, a 4-door front engine rear wheel drive sedan, mid-sized. You'd sell bajillions of them. I'm serious, you would sell bajillions. Like, put this car in there with the 4-banger and a 5-speed behind it, or a 6-speed, screw it, right? And market the car at 20 G's. People will buy it. 20 to 30 G's. It should be pretty easy. You don't have to put any research into R&D. Just kit bashing basically other cars. People will buy them. Oh, people would buy it. People would buy tons of them. Oh, nice, Hellfish. That's cool. I'm telling you, man. Tell whomever at GM that, dude, if they did that, you'd be rich. That plant would be going 24/7, 365 for years. I'm over here looking at Fifth Avenue. It's a nice car. I love you, the 3.6 Subaru. They can pull my naturally aspirated engine from my cold dead fingers. 3.6 Subis are good. The flat 6. Yeah, I've heard good things about those, Magellan, but still head gaskets. I want this car badly. Yeah, yes. Dude, just Bandit. So I understand that's the Chevy SS, right? It's a Monaro for the Australians that watch the stream. It's a Monaro. They marketed it over here as a Chevy SS. Bring back a chassis just like this, just like that, and give it a V8, a V6, and an inline 4. That's it. With a 10-speed behind it. That's it. Seriously, put a truck transmission behind it. People will buy it. And maybe have an all-wheel drive package. Maybe. Big maybe. Supercharged? No. The inline 4 would be turbo. The Chevy SS already have a V8 in it. I know. I understand that. I'm not talking about this car. I'm talking about if they remade it. Just make this with an inline 4 turbo behind it. Inline 4 turbo with a 10-speed behind it. That's it. People will buy it. That would get 30 miles to the gallon all day. Square it up, give it lines. Based. Yeah, it's a Commodore. Yeah, that's right. It's not a Monaro, but yeah. It seems to be sensor data. Rocket Lab posted that they're standing down from today's launch to
Discovery,
assess
go at
sensor
throttle.
data. We have plenty of backup opportunities in the coming days. Interesting. Four banger. I only miss you miss your Commodore height. I'm telling you, man. Just a car. Just make a mid-size 4-door front engine rear-wheel drive car with a turbo 4-banger or something. That's it. Whoever makes that will sell bajillions. It's a freaking money printer. Like, but once again, we were talking about how they just went lax with regulations on cars in the United States, and how we should see stuff like this. It's just going to take time. I've got the inline-4 turbo, 27 miles per gallon with a little pep. Not too terrible as a daily driver. That's what I'm saying, dude. You get 27 miles per gallon and they're putting it in Silverados. If you put that in a mid-sized car, it'll get 35 miles to the gallon. You got to remember, guys, 4-bangers make 300 horsepower nowadays. 4-bangers make 300 horse. And like 200 foot-pounds of torque. That's perfect for a daily driver. It's perfect. Dude, my father-in-law's truck has a 2.7 liter V6 in it. 2.7 twin turbo. It makes 325 horsepower and 400 foot-pounds of torque. A 2.7 liter V6. Bro, we can do this. Your Camry blows the doors off your stock 82 Camaro. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm saying you don't even need a V8 to go fast nowadays. And I'm saying that as a guy who every single one of my cars has a V8 in it. I'm saying that as, dude, you don't need a V8. You go fast with a 4-banger nowadays. Those 2.7s are infinitely more complex and expensive to make. Floor it. They're infinitely more complex. Dude, you got Elvis, for somebody who knows so much about cars, I'm disappointed in you. You know good and well that if you sell a ton of these things and you mass produce it, like what GM used to do, the cost will go down. Come on, man. Didn't you just complain about cost? But a mid-sized car that's front-engine rear-wheel drive, that's kit-bashed out of driveline parts that you already engineered is not going to be too expensive. If I were Ford, man, or Chevy, bring back the Malibu, the front-engine rear-wheel drive Malibu, or heck, even the Corvair, but maybe not the Corvair. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Ford should bring back the Falcon. Bring the Falcon back to replace the Fusion. Mid-sized car, put the 2.7 turbo in it, or the inline, the 2.3 turbo from the Mustang, put that in there. Geek, I mean, I kind of played off what you were saying, dude. Can you imagine if Ford made a small car, like maybe something the size of an Impreza or a Lancer or something, 2.3 turbo, 4 doors in it? You'd sell a bajillion of them. You'd have a chip shortage because so many people want these damn cars. Falcons and Commodores used to be ubiquitous here. Now only when I go to the States do I remember how nice it was hearing V8s rumbling everywhere. Nightmare, what happened to the Australian automotive industry is criminal. I'm not even Australian. Whatever happened there, the people responsible for that need to be comforted. I can't say what I was about to say on stream. What happened there? They made it so it's not worth it to make cars in Australia anymore with all the freaking regulations, and taxes. Ford and Chevy pulled out. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, they go in Minecraft, yes. They need to be fired from their jobs. It's freaking criminal, dudes. You guys should be pissed. I mean, you probably are, but whatever. I don't know. That's just from an American. That's just from an outside observer. I would be mad. Tarred and feathered. You know what, dude? We've been reading about the revolution. Yes, tar and feathered. Let's go with that. Sure, that's fine. Oh, you are. Yeah, it's bullcrap. What happened in Geelong is unacceptable. Unacceptable. It's just. I'm sorry, that SpaceX thing really pissed me off, dude. Is it? And I'm coping by bitching about cars. I just realized what was going on. Oh, God. Not good. It's not good, man. Yeah, Blinga, it's stupid. Stupid. What's the big deal about rear-wheel drive? It's simpler to make. Simpler to make, dude. Your mood change. Been trying to keep it going. Have I seen the newest Gymkhana? No, I haven't, dude. No. You just said I'm going to rant about everything I don't like, dude. You have no idea how bad that SpaceX news is. It's not good. It's not a good idea. At least you're consistent. Yep. Already mad and now you want to play Battlefield? It'll probably be better to focus my efforts on something like that. Yeah. Wait, why is it simpler? Man, is it really simpler nowadays, guys? Everybody makes front-wheel drive cars nowadays. Doesn't really freaking matter anymore. It's simpler because the transmission isn't combined with the differential into one big moving part called a transaxle. You have engine, transmission, drive shaft, diff. That's it. It's a lot easier to make. Yeah. Nice, Slackster. There you go. Was in a meeting with a couple of VPs and one president a few weeks ago. Everybody misses the old muscle cars. It's not even about muscle cars, Bob. I have a whole rant in my head about. Dude, okay. If I could be in a room with like Mary Barra right now, I'd be like, "Where's your 1985 Caprice? Where's your 96 Impala? Where's your comfortable car? Everything is Euro touring trash nonsense. Where's your comfortable car?" Well, I want to bring back comfortable cars, first of all. Like, you don't have to fold it over itself to get it to fit. Bingo. I personally think that front engine rear wheel drive cars are so much easier to work on. They're easier to assemble. They're easier to work on. Yeah. Even Buick has a tiny crossover. I'll admit Buick's crossover doesn't look bad, but I will never buy a crossover. Ever. Hybrid thoughts? Let's just put more stuff that make the engine not work as good in between it and the road. Sweet. Good call. Why wouldn't GM just say, "Look at our Cadillac"? Well, Cadillac is the Bandit. That's fair. And Cadillac is nice, dude. I like Caddies, dude. I'm not a Chevy or a GM guy. I love Cadillacs. I love them. Even now, even the new stuff. That Blackwing. Oh, now that's a freaking car, dude. With the twin scroll turbos. That's a car. Where's the low buck version of that, dude? Old school Chevy would have taken that same chassis, put a 4-banger in it, and put Chevy logos on it. And that made the car not 50 G's, not 80 G's. It made it 30 G's. Chevy was the affordable option. Where's the down trim version of that, dude? The Blackwing is genius. The Blackwing is the only caddy car left. Yeah, exactly, dude. Where's the Chevy? Dude, start there. Start there. Make a low buck version of that with a 4-banger in it. Not the ATS4 or the butt-to-mouth 6 or whatever they freaking call the Cadillac. No. No. Have the Blackwing, flagship, Cadillac. Then a Buick, and then a Chevy. Buick has a V6 in it. Chevy has the inline 4 in it. Boom. There you go. Done. Done. That's it. Not even a gas-electric style like on locomotives. Turbine, or yeah, using a gasoline engine as a generator for your car, yeah, sure. I don't mind that, Sea Kraken, sure. To be honest with you, dude, yeah, butt to mouth 6 or whatever. I was gonna say something else, Panda. I should not. I'm really happy in saying something else. So, oops. Company charge less. Why would they do that? Yeah, I know, Aqualex. You know. Like, once again, dudes, look at that Coronet brochure, man. Look at this. Make the most amount of car you can make with the least amount of freaking engineering. So, i.e., engineer one excellent chassis and then just make as many freaking cars as you could out of it. Why don't we do that? Just do that. It's not hard. It's right there. We did it for the longest time. We did it for freaking 80 years. And then we just were like, no, let's build eggs instead. Yeah, let's build a car that looks like an egg. Like, VW does it with the MQV chassis. The Germans understand doing this. They probably learned it from us. The Germans understand with the Audi. So the Audi A4, the Audi A4 is just a Volkswagen Jetta. It's the same car. It's just the Audi one is just a little bit nicer. Weird. I heard the Germans about this. The Germans. What's up, Still Flying? How you doing? Chevy should do this, a direct injection big block. What? What? A direct injection big block? Why? Why? What does that have to do with making a car that people want? Dude, here's the thing. Look, I love fast cars just as much as the next person, man. Direct injected big block? Hell yeah. Sign me up. Not everybody's going to drive that. Not everybody wants that. All right? You don't want that? That's not what I said. If you're going to make a car and you're going to sell a lot of them, dude, nobody wants that. Okay? To be fair, the customers wanted this. We limped along the Malibu, cutting production till it didn't make money anymore because we couldn't sell them. Dude, a front-engine V6 car is... I mean, granted, I do like the Malibus. The new Malibu is a nice-looking car. It's really not bad. Like... Actually, hold on. Maybe that's the new Impala. Yeah, like, okay, see this thing? That's an Impala. It's not bad. I like the swoop. I like it, everything. The problem is that it's a freaking V6. It's a V6 with front-wheel drive. Like, bro, you're Chevy. Chevy is trying to make a rip-off Toyota Camry. Bob, do you see why people don't buy this? See why people don't buy that? That's a freaking rental car, okay? Yeah, Shmamaron, we hashed that out pretty well. Is it wrong that I'm really considering an Ioniq? I give credit to Hyundai. Hyundai makes cars that they're avant-garde with their design style, and they make cars that are unique looking. I will not fault them for that. That's actually pretty cool. That's funny. Very much a rental car. Brother, where is this? Where is the modern version of this? And before people say, well, it's a muscle car. No, it's not. The Impala is not a muscle car. It was a common car. That was the Toyota Camry of the time. That was the Ford Crown Vic of the time. The Impala in the 60s was the best-selling car in the United States, bar none, for like all of the 60s. That's just a regular car. Look at how much character that freaking thing has. It's beautiful. Just like the Coronet. They're beautiful. Dude, you telling me we can't do that? We can't make a car with some character? You know? Bob, that's the problem. That's the problem. Some bonehead pencil neck at GM thinks that freaking Impala is the car that people want. Thinking the Malibu is the car people want. Bro, you just made a ripoff. You're just making a JDM ripoff. Stop. Stop that. Stop it. Give the car some class. You got to give yourself a chance. Give your car some class. And, you know, look, Lee Iacocca had it right. I get it. He was a Ford guy, but he's right. You gotta make a car that people want, but they're also fun to drive. You have to do that. That's so important. Like, Buddy knew what he was doing. I mean, look at K cars from Dodge in the 80s. They're pieces of trash, but they're fun to drive. They're fun to drive. Little five-speed car that weighs 2,000 pounds that has 150 horse. That's fun to drive. Just saying. It's fun to drive, brother. Cars all look the same nowadays. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you. A little more size wouldn't be bad either. There's nothing fun about K cars. Hey, man. Convertible LeBarons are cool. All right? They're cool. But that's what people needed. That's what people needed at the time. All right? Fiesta ST. Bingo. Great example. That is a cool car. Does it make a lot of power? No. Is it fun as hell to drive? Yes. Was it affordable at the time, Too Shy? Hell yeah, it was affordable. That's what I'm talking about, dude. You got to make a car like that. You have to make cars that are fun. Right? You can't make another goddamn rental car. Look, that was the rental car from the 60s. That right there. That is a regular car. This is the Honda Civic of the 1960s. The K car saved Chrysler. Yeah, it's a Lee Iacocca idea. He knew very well about making a car that people wanted to drive, that people needed, making a car that people want. And that has to do with having fun. That's why they made the Dodge Omni Shelby GLH thingamajigger. Right? Those cars are fun. They're fun to drive. You're not putting your family in a car like that. I'm okay with them in the SUV or truck to be safe from stupid drivers out there. What? You can make a car that's safe to drive nowadays. You can do that. Like, I have Aqualex, yeah. I thought how they went about cutting the frame on that thing was a little laissez-faire, I guess. But yeah, no, it looks cool. That's a cool... Senpai is a cool project, man. First car was a classic Mini. Could not get behind the steering wheel without a grid on your face. The Mini is a great example, dude. The Mini's a great example. It's a car that you can go to the shop in. You can put your family in it, but it's also fun as hell to drive. You don't need a lot of horsepower to make a car that's fun to drive, guys. Like, you can make a car that gets 30 miles to the gallon that's fun to drive. It's totally a thing. How much does design convergence due to coefficient of drag for gas mileage have to do with the cars? That plays a little bit into it, Nader. But to be 100% honest with you, you'd be surprised about what the coefficient of drag of something like this is. You'd be surprised. It's not that much different than cars nowadays. I can say that with pretty reasonable assumption. I mean, we could do the freaking calculations if you want. But you got to remember, something like coefficient of drag is very much it's a non-dimensional coefficient of drag is a non-dimensional equation, meaning like it's like what happens in an ideal world, right? That's what non-dimensional means, right? Cars from this era don't get as worse fuel mileage as you think. Like the muscle cars do. Obviously, if you have a 72 Chevelle SS, right, 454 with a Muncie 4-speed and a 12-bolt behind it, yeah, of course, you're going to get like 12 miles to the gallon, maybe on the highway, maybe. But the flip side of that is that a Ford Falcon with a Driftmaster 200 cubic inch inline 6 in it from the mid-60s will get 40 miles to the gallon. That's the truth. That car's fun to drive. Guess what? It's the same chassis as a Mustang. Even the Mustang inline 6s, those are fun cars to drive. Just saying. Hey, Barrelicious, 96-month resub, 8 years. What about Honda cars? I don't mind Hondas, Bandit. New Hondas are kind of whatever. Your 2025 Z06 gets 12 miles to the gallon. You can make much more complex shapes aerodynamic.
Discovery,
I mean, look
go
at
at throttle
airplanes.
up.
It's just the egg is much cheaper to design. Yeah, exactly. You can make a modern car that has a good that gets good fuel economy and it slips through the air really well. Aerodynamics, guys, you got to remember we're dealing with subsonic aerodynamics here, so that's kind of with subsonic aerodynamics, you don't really have to worry about like transonic transients or anything. Like it's a lot easier to make something that slips through the air down here. Hey, Dravenzio. 87-month resub. I feel you. Thank you for watching all this time, guys. I appreciate it. First car was a classic Mini. Yeah, you got 250,000 miles off that Pancake 4 from your 88 LeBaron. There you go. Yeah, I know, Aqualux, right? Switched cars at one point and lost the streak, though. Whatever, dude. It's all good, brother. There, my brain defaults to high subsonic transonic. Not everything's a goddamn race car, man. That's the problem. We engineer everything like it's a freaking race car. Race-inspired. No. No, man. Where's my 85 Caprice? Where's my 87 LTD? Those are nice cars. They were nice cars. They're pretty fuel efficient for the time. In fact, dude, we could, if you just took an 87 LTD, like a 1980s car, and we put a modern engine in it and a modern transmission in it, it'd be one of the most fuel. I just got an idea for a build. Damn it. I am in the middle of a project right now. I just got an idea for another build. Crap. '87 New Yorker, Electron. Crushed velour seats, baby. Most comfy thing you've ever driven. That's what I mean, man. That's Lee Iacocca to a T, man. Car's cool, fun, a nice car for what it is, and it's fun to drive. Doesn't need to have a lot of horsepower. It's fun to drive, dude. LeBarons, Dodge sold LeBarons like hotcakes. And then Lee Iacocca left, and Bob Litz screwed that all up. But that's another story. I think it was Bob Litz. I forget. Somebody came in after him and completely screwed Dodge. And that ended up with Dodge basically being acquired by Daimler. And that was the start of Dodge not being an American company anymore. What would you use for an ECU? MSD? You could use Haltech. You could use Holley. Anything, dude, I mean, you could use whatever. Heck, we can make our own. Not really, but you get the idea. Yeah, I can't believe Lee Iacocca wasn't more pissed off than what he did. He left Ford in 1978 and became the president of Chrysler. Chrysler was in bankruptcy in 1980. Bankrupt, nothing. And he got a loan from the government and had Chrysler profitable by 1983. Not just profitable, making some of the best American cars of the 80s. Which, that's not a high bar to set, but you get the idea. Bring back the GNX. That's what I'm saying, Bob. That four-door chassis that I was telling you about, that I just was explaining. A four-door, front engine rear-wheel drive chassis with the option all-wheel drive for the people in the snow. Two-door, four-door, wagon variant. Boom. You offer 3 types of engines in it. An inline 4, a V6, and a V8. And just switch the trim levels around as much as you want. You could have four-door inline 4s, 2-door inline 4s, 4-door V6s, V6 all-wheel drive wagon. Just, dude, if somebody rolls out with that, I'm telling you, it's a surefire win. Yeah, Nader, exactly, man. Nice cars. Most of the stuff you're talking about drivetrain-wise, we already make. That's what I'm saying, dude. The drivetrain technology is there. We're not going back to making gas guzzlers, dude. Americans don't want that. They don't want that. You want to get good fuel economy because the gas price, despite gasoline being produced more now than any time in history, is still high. So you got to think fuel economy, dude. You got to make what kind of car do people want? People want some fun, reliability, simplicity, right? 30 miles to the gallon. That's easy. That's easy to make with this hypothetical chassis that I'm talking about. Easy. If you can find a better car, buy it. Lee Iacocca is one of my close personal heroes, Snarfer. Read his book. I hold him in very high regard, just like Elon as well, but I guess current events notwithstanding. Fuel economy is going to be one of my main focuses when I inevitably go car shopping next year. It's on everybody's mind, Kelly. Because even though, like I said, the tech is there. We just got to bring it all together, man. We're on the precipice of getting this right. Dravenzio, we were saying, well, they threw cafe standards out the window, so now the option to do it is there. $30 miles per gallon is terrible. No one cares what you think, Sig. Go back to your country. Honestly, Kelly, you like the idea that I would only like to refuel once a month. Sounds so nice, too. That's what I'm saying, man. Why is the Ford Maverick a thing now? Because the Maverick is Ford trying to do exactly what I'm talking about. They just kit bashed a bunch of Ford Escape parts and engineered a new chassis for it and made the Maverick. It's low cost, it's cheap, it's reliable. Make that in car form and you'll sell a bajillion of them. Your first car was a Plymouth Badge Chrysler Neon. Love the hell out of that car. The Neon is a freaking K car, dude. Just saying. Bob, we could do it, man. Yo, Bob, put me in front of whoever. I'll go talk to whoever. I don't care if it's GM. I really don't give a frick. Just make a car that people want. I'll talk to whoever. I don't care. I always prioritize performance over fuel economy. Well, not everybody has that luxury, Nader, which is why I'm talking about building a chassis that's modular. So you could have an inline 4 or a big old V8. You want a V8 front engine wheel drive 4-door car or 2-door car? Go, baby. Have at it. But with that same chassis, you could put a 4-banger turbo inline 4 in it, and you could use it to go get groceries. Grandma could buy one. Easy peasy. Grandma could buy one. Use it, get 30 miles to the gallon, go get groceries, no problem. Same chassis. This is not hard, man. Why make that when you can only make high margin cars so people don't have a choice? Well, it's the regulations that were doing that, Sig. But yes, I do understand. Why do that? Oh, I don't know. You sell more cars if you do that. You sell more cars for less work. Just saying. Can we BF6 or something else? Yeah.
Oh, sure. This is Space.
Hey,
I'm in space.
I just got a 2026 calendar and it had a coronet in it. Posted it in Discord. Hell yeah. 95, 69 month resub.
Go at throttle.
Oh my god. Make cars modular effectively. Bro, what the hell do you think this is? What do you think that is? Just do that. Do this style of engineering with modern drivetrain technology. Whoever cracks that egg, oh my gosh, they will freaking make omelets for days. Oh my god, what happened to it? What happened to it? I cut the rust out. I cut a lot of the rust out. You should be happy. We made the car less rusty. See, all the rust is on the floor now. See, it's all on the ground right there. You know? Yeah, it's this Bluetooth. I got Bluetooth quarter panels for it. Considering the general behavior of companies presently, I don't think the regulations were the only ones driving car makers to stick to high-margin cars. Yeah, Aqualex, for sure. All it's going to take is somebody making a ruckus like what we're doing now. Look at Tesla. Tesla makes cars. Tesla makes pretty nice looking cars. I mean, I think that oval shape is kind of overdone, but they're nice looking cars. They don't look bad. They look great going down the road. I'm not even that big of a Tesla guy. Why would they? 2 to 3 car giants. Sig. I think us as consumers, I think people as consumers are getting tired of the slop. Dude, we're getting, at least we are over here. I can't speak to anybody overseas. They're getting tired of the slop. I don't want to buy a big truck. I have trucks. All right? You know, we don't need an egg. I'm not buying an egg, and I'm not buying a minivan. Like, those, like, why? Just give me a car. That car is body on frame. These days, all cars are unibody. What, that? That's not body on frame, brother. That's a unibody car, dude. From the 1960s. You want a ruckus, let BYD and Xiaomi SU7 for 1/3 of the cost of U.S. cars. Yeah, they'll never allow that, King. But yeah, that would cause a ruckus. That's not the right type of ruckus. I think people are sick of the slop. People are sick of it. Exactly, Flykin. GM, that's what GM used to do with quite literally everything that they made. That's what GM used to do, basically until the 2000s. Make one car, design one chassis, and make it do as much as you possibly can, and make the parts as interchangeable as possible. In my design, with the inline 4, the V6 and the V8, guess what? Guess what? The inline 4, half of the V8. The 6-cylinder is just a V8 with the front cut off. Well, not actually, but like the pistons would be interchangeable between all these things. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to do. If somebody does that, yes, it'll take a good amount of development to get that done. But you don't ever have to develop a piston for a real long time if you do that right. You don't have to design new suspension. You don't have to design a new chassis. You just keep cranking out these cars and just do facelift upgrades for the next 20 years and people will still buy them. Brother, look at this Coronet brochure. Like one chassis, dude. One chassis. All of that with one chassis. All the headlights are interchangeable. The grills are interchangeable. Heck, the doors are interchangeable on some of them. Like a, actually, no, I was going to say sedan doors fit in the wagon, but they don't. Look, you have a Coronet Deluxe over here, the base model. Coronet Deluxe. It has a slant 6 in it. That car will get 25 miles to the gallon, which is pretty good for a car from the 60s. And then you have the Super B over here. That gets like 8 miles to the gallon. Look at the spread with one chassis. Look at what Chrysler was able to do with one freaking chassis. Also, the wagons are mint. Yes, I agree, Hibbit. I would like one as well. But I'm happy with the sedan. The sedan's fine with me. See what I'm talking about, dude? Can we get wooden trim back? Oh, hell yeah. Well, dude, we do have wooden trim back. Teslas have wooden trim. Teslas have fake wood trim in them nowadays. People go bananas for that stuff. The Europeans ruined Chrysler. That's correct. The Germans did. Yeah, specifically. Yeah, they ruined it. Teslas have wood trim on the dash, dude. Not on the outside, but there's wood trim on the dash and stuff, man. Have you not seen that? Have you not seen the inside of like modern Teslas and stuff? Dude, there's like wood trim. There's like fake wood trim. It's freaking back, dude. People love that Apple Store fake wood trim stuff. Like, that's huge. Dude, put that on a car. It looks sick. I did, Plagues. Hell yeah. Third row flip back seat on a wagon. Now we're talking, dude. What do you think of the return of the bus? Chrysler ruined itself. Daimler brought the corpse and made it work again. Is that what they're telling you over there, Deadbringer? And that's what I mean, dude. The rear-facing seat, that's fun. Yeah, I get it. It's not the safest thing for children. I understand that. But that's fun. That's fun. That makes your kids, oh, dude, we get to go in the station wagon with the flip-back seat. Yo, I call the flip-back seat. That's sick. That's what I'm talking about, dude. It's fun. They're fun cars, man. Fun cars doesn't mean it handles really good. It could just be a fun car. Please check Discord before you go. Well, I'm not gonna go, dude. We're gonna play Battlefield. But sorry, this turned into the car review. Oh, that's sick, Brandon. Look at that freaking thing, dude. Having friends in the conversation van where the back seats would fold. Like, yes, dude. The Anthracite King. I did 67 Country Squire, man. Oh, hell yeah, James. Now that's a freaking car, dude. Dude, if we just made that with all the modern amenities, heck, even your stupid freaking backup camera, people would buy it. People would buy it. Your stupid backup camera, your stupid automatic shut-off crap. People will buy it, man. Even all the stupid bells and whistles that technology has, man, you'd sell a bajillion of those things. Thanks for the car talk. It actually made you feel better. I got you, man. That's awesome, Brendan. That's super cool. The Eagle brand helped ruin Chrysler. Yeah. After Iacocca left, they just went back to being stupid. Which, all right. What is that? That's a trawler. No, dragging crane. I forget the name of it, dude. Oh, also check this out on the station wagons. I want to show you guys this. It's a crane that's designed for coal mining, dude. So that crane has a bucket on it, and they drag the bucket through a pit mine, and it pulls up anthracite. And anthracite's coal. That's a nice way of saying coal. It's a different type of coal, but you get the idea. Dragline crane, that's what it's called. Check that out, dudes. This is what I mean about cars being cool. Look at the tailgate. The tailgate on the wagon can fold down, or you close it up and it can open like a door. Look at that. Where's that? Where's that? You see any modern cars have crap like this? No. That's cool, man. It's stuff like that. It's little stupid things like this that make a car cool. It's little stupid quirks like that. Not like the tech suite and CarPlay and all this nonsense. No, little stuff like that is what makes these things cool. That's what makes cars fun. Wasn't there also seats on the door? There's a third row that can flip up, dude. Out of ore equipment. Yeah, there you go. Yes, the newest Ford and GM trucks have the modular tailgate. Yeah, but there's a 5-letter word in that sentence, Bastardo, that doesn't answer my question. Where maybe I should be a little bit more specific. Where are the cars that have that, dude? The trucks have that, and that's neat. That's fine. I think Tesla's the only company that understands that. Tesla understands it. They make cars that are cool. Elon gets that, dude. He does get it. Make a car that's fun. You can have fun in an electric car. That's Tesla's whole stick. You know? Like, it doesn't need to go fast. It's a cool car. They're fun to drive. People buy them just because they're fun. We called those seats the backpack. Yeah, the backpack. I still get nauseous thinking about it, yeah. Part interoperability is why your Ford Pinto has a 351 Cleveland in it. Snarper, hell yeah, man. And Deadbringer, like, you're talking about cars that fit our inner cities. Dude, we can make small cars. We're, like, you know, who's to say that we're going to stop at a mid-sized car? Why don't we make a hot hatch? Somebody make a freaking hot hatch. Make a freaking Ford Fiesta ST or Focus ST or something like a Cosworth. The Ford Sierra Cosworth RS. Make something like that. Or heck, dude, even a 325. Like an old E36 or something. Or even an E30. Where's the well, BMW makes the M4, which is, or the, what is it, M1? That's kind of the idea. That's a cool car. I don't mind that. But, you know, a GR Corolla, great example. Great example. Why can't Ford make something like that? Why can't Chevy make something? Why can't Dodge make something? Just make that. How hard is it? I mean, I get it. It's difficult, but also, hey, where's the K trucks, baby? I want the car Homer Simpson designed. I'm not sure if that's going to work. Bean counters won't let them. The bean counters must understand that if you make a smaller car and you sell it with a higher profit margin and you sell a lot of that small car, you're going to make more money. Like, how do these people not get this? It's the same, guys, it feels like sometimes you're dealing with the same thing that SpaceX has to deal with. Like, you know, it's like everybody's like, oh, reusability doesn't make sense. Reusability doesn't make sense. Yeah, okay. It doesn't make sense. Also, the company's worth $400 billion. All right. Yeah, Flykin. There you go. That's what I mean, Trevor. People, you know, bean counters won't let it happen, but they have to realize that people can't freaking buy a $50,000 truck. If you tell feel protected. Women aren't your primary demographic for cars. There is no primary demographic. It's spread, which is why you modularize the design. I'm telling you, Bob, this, you know, with this option, this car that I'm talking about, this proverbial car here, right? The 4-banger option, $20,000 price point.
Discovery,
you take the 4-banger, all your what's the displacement on the 4-banger, dude? For Chevy, I know Fords. That with the turbo, put the 10-speed behind it. Put the 10R80 behind it, dude. 40 miles to the gallon in a car that weighs 3,500 pounds. You can put all your stupid bells and whistles in there. But Estrana's got a new fancy mill. Oh, neat. That is nice, dude. Cool. Just, yeah, somebody's got to stick their neck out, man. You make that car. GM made that car, modularized the design. Inline 4, V6, V8. Heck, you could put an inline 6 in it, dude, and go from there. Or inline 4 and just inline 6. Screw it. If you really want it, if you really want to beat that fuel economy drum, I think putting a V8 in it would sell more cars, or at least making a V8 option would sell more cars, but that's just me. We should play Autovation so I can show you guys what I'm talking about, but the future is EV. No, it's not. No, yeah, no, it's not. And it's funny you say the more the U.S. is delaying it, the further they are falling behind. Sig, it's almost like you've never heard of a company named Tesla or something. That's weird. That's strange. EVs have major issues, and I love EVs. ARJ, I've always said, dude, that EVs are going to find their place in the market just like diesel-powered cars or diesel-powered trucks in the United States found their place in the market, dude. You're not getting rid of internal combustion. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. It's just not. No, I haven't Bastardo, but I want to. Yes, provocative. Man, I thought today's space news would be boring. It has been a roller coaster of stuff. Mutter, also, that brochure is sick, and I'm saving it. I want it. I love it. I'm just looking at all the engine options here. What's Starbase up to right now? They're still working on the second pad. A lot of cranes out there, or a lot of man lifts out there. The Scout Hybrid truck. Yeah, man. There you go. Oh, dude, look at that car. It's so nice looking. Yeah, exactly, Deadbringer. Maybe if we run out of oil. ARJ, I don't think we'll ever run out of oil. Like, asterisk to that statement, dude. I think we'll run out of oil in the ground. Sure, yeah, of course. Duh. It'll probably happen. We're exhausting it way faster than it's being produced. But the flip side of that is that I also think that humans are very smart and very resourceful. We'll find ways to make more oil, dude. We're not getting rid of it. 66 GOAT? I'm more partial to the 67, but I like 66s, yes. Dude, yeah. Like, for instance, dude, like, we'll find a way to make more oil. We will. Like, synthetic oil. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, synthetic or whatever, dude, we'll find a way to make it recyclable. We'll find ways to make it reusable. And our technology just depends on it too much, dude. Like, it's not just about cars. It's about, like, making microchips, for instance. You need oil to do that. Dude, I don't know what it is about 60s cars, and I swear this isn't rose-tinted glasses, but 60s cars have a presence about them that just They're just beautiful. They're beautiful and elegant cars. And I swear, I wasn't even alive in the 60s. And it's not rose-tinted glasses. They're just nice-looking cars. They look great. It's just beautiful styling. And it's like, my thing about 1960s cars is that they're not crazy and they're not over the top. This car is yellow. It's bright goddamn yellow. And it still somehow looks nice and reserved. All right? How many cars do you see nowadays painted that freaking color? You know, two-tone yellow and black with chrome stripes. No automaker has the balls to make a car that color nowadays. And the only ones that do are the ones that are making cars that look like cars from the 60s. '66 Nova. Very nice. Like you wouldn't see a Toyota Camry painted that color. Hell no. Like somehow you can make these cars obnoxious freaking colors and they still look amazing. There are some cars you can't paint you paint a certain color, it looks terrible. VW Bug, there you go. Cadillacs, Corvettes, that might be it. It's just something about the styling from the 60s. And you know what, dudes? It ain't just American cars either. European cars from the 60s are... they look so good, man. Here. I'll give you an example. Look at, what about a 65 Cortina? This was, dude, brilliant. Look at that thing. Beautiful. Beautiful freaking car. It looks great. Look at it. That car is fun as hell to drive. It's a fun car to drive. I've never driven one, but they're front engine, 4-banger, manual with rear-wheel drive. That car is cool, man. It zips around all over the place. It's very classy looking. There's something it looks right, dude. It just looks good. You know? It just looks good, man. You're doing that. Make the stylish car. Like, modern cars just don't do that. They don't have that same elegance to them, I guess, like, is the right way to say it. A lot of Neva. Good luck finding parts for that. Yeah, exactly. Weather guy. I mean, car colors were just an example. The point is that you can have an avant-garde. The point I was trying to make is that you can have an avant-garde color, and it looks ridiculous. It would look ridiculous on any other car, but it looks great on that car. That's not the color. That's the design. But yes, I do agree that car colors are gray, and it's just gray and black and white, and it's just gross and not fun. Old school Lamborghinis? Well, a 69 Miura is one of the prettiest cars around, dude. Just beautiful. Oh, I'm looking at one. I stared at the trap ray. Something about the back of Miuras I don't like that shape. It needs to, the back needs to go like this. But, look at this car. Look at that car, man. That's a freaking car. Damn. Damn. That's how they got away with Plum Crazy Purple. That's right. Dude, try to take a Ford Escape and paint it Plum Crazy Purple. People will look at you funny. But you see a Challenger moving around with Plum Crazy Purple, that's cool. They could rock that color and get away with it. That's because the styling on the cars is awesome. They really put a lot of thought into it. Never stare at the trap, Ray. Yeah, right. All right. I love it when people look at you funny. Bring it on. Anyway. That was a good space and car news. I'm not happy about that SpaceX thing, but I did plow through most of the news. So, I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was fun. This brochure is mint, Mutter. Thank you for making me go on a 2-hour tangent about car design. I do appreciate it. I could sit here staring at this. Dude, it does look really good. You're not kidding, man. Look at that car. It's beautiful. It's just beautiful. Like, it makes, they call this like the Italian and be the designer. Like, it's just beautiful. Look at it. It's pretty. It's a pretty car. You can look at it. It's a looker. You look at that thing the same way you see a pretty girl walking down the street. You're just like, damn, dude. She's beautiful. Like, oh. You get upset about it, Like, beautiful, man. I don't know, dude. It's just, yeah. And it has headrests. If you ever want to do a deep dive car show, I know some experts like the old wise dudes. I would love to talk to them about car design, dude. Old school, old GM engineers, geniuses. Best car designers on the planet. Yeah, there, I said it. Look, man, I like my Fords, but I'm not stupid. All right? The guys that came up with the G body and the A body and the F body are freaking geniuses. I'm also not happy. 20 freaking years of talking about Mars and human spaceflight just to say, nah, never mind in an instant. Well, no good. We don't know that for sure, but... What EJ meant to say is that that's how he gets when he sees Brimo walk down the street. Why would I be watching my wife walk down the street, RJ? Sorry, all my wise dudes are in manufacturing, not product design. Oh, all right. Well, that's good too. It's pretty cool. Mill, what are you working on? He's trying to dig you out of your grave. It's okay, yeah. Especially with how many cars you own. He's trying to dig you out of your grave. Guys, everybody's like, oh, your wife doesn't want you looking at other women. The real key here is to appreciate the scenery with your wife. We can appreciate the scenery. Like, if Primo sees, like, a huge, jacked, freaking lumberjack-looking melon farmer walking down the street, and she's like, God damn, I'd be like, dude, look. Like, that's not appealing to me, but I can appreciate it. Like, yeah, sure, absolutely. Like, that's just healthy communication. But that's, I mean, if you guys want to go on a tangent about relationships, I mean, I'm not the best at it, but I'm pretty good at it. I'll appreciate the scenery as long as I don't touch. It's like we're going to the zoo. Or you go to the zoo, I'm not going to jump in the lion's pit just because I like lions. You know what I mean? Hell no. What are you, nuts? What are you, crazy? Yeah, there you go, Magellan. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, just because it's not for you, doesn't mean you can't appreciate it. I was kidding with you. I know, and I played off of it, but you didn't get it. It's fine. Wait, there's a lady zoo? I mean, Vegas has a lot of lady zoos. Battlefield time! All right, let's go. Yeah. 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 Guns and stuff. Did you see the new BeamNG update? We got to play it. We got to play it. Maybe do it. Maybe tee it up for Friday. Who knows? Almost walked into that one. Yeah. Yeah, RJ. I changed that subject real fast. That's what I'm saying, Coder. Yeah, you can appreciate. I can appreciate the scenery. I don't touch the scenery, but I appreciate it. You know what I mean? And like cars, man. Appreciate it. It's just a nice looking car. It's just a beautiful car. Yeah, I like it. You know, just beautiful cars. Battlefield. All right, I'm gonna jog the VOD. You guys know the drill. Thank you for if you watch this entire Space News VOD, I appreciate it, man. I'm just trying to cheer myself up. I'm really pissed about that SpaceX stuff, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna shut the YouTube VOD off, turn it back on. We'll switch over to Battlefield. Let's play some After Hours. After Hours. Let's go. Okay, I gotta start up YouTube again, fellas. But yeah, it's just you and me for now. I leaned a little heavy into cars at the end there. Sorry about that. Guys, I'll be 100% honest with you. I did that. I let myself lean into the car thing. That SpaceX IPO is not, I don't like it. I really don't like it. Now, we need to know more details to be absolutely sure. I was trying to get my mind off of that, and talking about cars makes me happy. So, because I was not happy. Yeah, that just pissed me off. Yeah. We gotta wait for the details, but, dude, not cool. Now, Mary, I'm not going that far, dude. What did SpaceX do? So Eric Berger had an article today out, Official Wizard, about why he thinks SpaceX is going public. And Elon replied to it and said, Eric Berger is right, as per usual. That leads me to believe that SpaceX is going to IPO. I think if SpaceX if the entire company did an IPO, I would probably be a little upset. Now, we don't know the details as to what that means, but the reason why the avenue for wanting to do an initial public offering for SpaceX is because they want to make AI Starlink. Hey, Pogo, did it go well in the car? Yeah, it went really good, actually. Yeah, calm down. That was aggressive. Slow your roll, dude. Slow your roll. But yeah, I get the sentiment, dude. I don't want to do that. I love Elon. He's my guy. He says some messed up stuff, to be absolutely sure, but he might also be trying to ramp up speculation to ultimately up his price. Yeah, I don't know, man. Anyway, let's switch off Battlefield and we'll go. Better switch over to Battlefield. Guys, I'm not going to play a lot of Battlefield tonight. I got to get up for another car stream in the morning. I want to mess with the car, finish working on the Coronet in the morning,